Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Gold watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
what she want is what I buy. Yeah, if I want it, I'ma get it. Yeah, I just talk the way I live it. Yeah, I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. Yeah, but now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in a fast tense. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live.
Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this, run it up, it's my fitness, windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business, hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out, they was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now, funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll, no time ain't an option, no, sit back, watch this unfold, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna come test me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not, coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses, my whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives, ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing, please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution, yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous, we can never settle for no loss, shit, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
No limits to my calling, going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or Counting lines, chalking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with a red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo! It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes. But I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date. And I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop on low. Dream big, live large, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In a place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this.
Hey yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes him! Hey!
We are challengers.
Hello folks and welcome to Challenges EMEA. Elimination is on the line, so I think it's safe to say that playoffs have officially begun. I'm so excited for this one, MP. Now, you probably know us already, but I'm going to introduce ourselves already. My name is Pavlos, and you probably noticed this cute guy next to me. He's cute, he's smart, and the #1 artist on the Spotify Rewind is Taylor Swift, followed by exclusively hard rock bands. Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm a Swiftie. I have to give it out, but after that, I'm a metalhead as well. But I'm good. I'm excited for today. It's gonna be bangers. We have the Turkish, I would say, rivalry going on here. Then we have a lot of national pride on the line, mandatory focus on the lower as well. It's gonna be crazy. I think yesterday was already insane performance, especially for teams like BBL PCIFIC. That was a crazy match.
It's been Turkish supremacy, let's be fair. Both teams rocking with a 2-0 series against their opponents. Now, MP, even though those were 2-0s, I feel like there was a bit of a difference between those matches, right? Because Pacific got a very clean sweep against their opponents, but Eternal Fire, that was a little bit closer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. FOKUS was absolutely dominating that Haven, but somehow Eternal Fire, they just came back from 12-4 deficit. That's crazy to me. BBL PCIFIC, well, they didn't let mandatory to even take enough rounds for one map. I think there was 7 rounds in total, which was crazy dominance, and it felt like mandatory, they weren't comfortable at all. And honestly, against that team, I wouldn't be comfortable either.
Yeah, it looks interesting, and I think that sets us up nicely for today, right? Because we've got an elimination match and a qualification match into the final. Starting things off, it's going to be mandatory versus FOKUS. A really interesting matchup between the 2nd seed of France and the 1st seed of DACH. And then later on, we will have the Turkish head-to-head, the 1st and 2nd seed of that region, BBL PCIFIC against Eternal Fire. 2 super awesome matches for today, MP.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's gonna be a banger. Yesterday it was quick 2-0s. Well, the second match, it went on kind of longer, but still, I do imagine today at least one best-of-3s, full best-of-3 map, and I think it's gonna be the first one. The second match, I think it depends how Eternal Fire comes in. Sure. They are known to kind of heat up slowly, as we saw yesterday, we saw in the Pacific finals as well, or Turkey finals as well. I think there is a technicality or technical situation where we see 6 maps today, I mean. Yeah. And I think it's definitely a possibility, but the most important thing I think is the ascension points as well. They are on the line, and they're going to be really important when we go further in the season. And for FOKUS, mandatory, they are fighting for that 4 ascension points. Obviously, the loser is going to get 3, but the winner has guaranteed 4 ascension points.
Well, obviously, today is going to be an action-packed day, and you want to make sure you keep up with all the action, so you follow us through our socials, which just popped up a second ago. But I think it's time to introduce our first match here, MP. Many would know this as a 2nd seed of France and the 1st seed of DACH, mandatory versus FOKUS, but I think we know it as Team Enzo versus Team Mystic. Now, this is a bit of a love story, isn't it, here, MP? Because these 2 players have been through a massive journey through their careers, right? Big rosters with Fnatic, Enzo subbing in for that team for Masters Reykjavik. Then you had the Apex Ascension run, and then you had that VCT pickup from Team Liquid. A beautiful journey, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and I would even say it's a better love story than Romeo and Juliet. Honestly, I think this has been amazing to follow through, and I'm gonna be honest, I love this PowerPoint show, whatever this is. It's great. The music on the background, amazing, and I love these pictures because this sets up the love story between these 2 players really well. But as we know, all thing has an ending as well. Today they have to face each other as rivals, even though this is as beautiful as it ever gets. It's gonna be a tough situation today.
I completely agree, man. These guys have been through thick and thin. I think there was a marriage proposal at some point as well. I think that's where this picture is from as well, right? You had a bit of a tweet joking from Kaide's and Ten's proposal engagements back, I think, was it a year ago now? Either way, these guys have been through thick and thin, like highs and lows. Literally the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. So, but now they're gonna have to eliminate one another, right? Only one of them will be able to stay out on top. But yeah, I think that's enough of the love story, and I think we start talking about the seriousness behind the situation, because like we said, elimination is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think these two players are the cornerstone for both of these teams. A lot of experience on the line. Both of these players, they wield the most experience in their team. Yeah, sure, FOKUS, you have Hoodie as well, but I think Mystic has been here for longer. He has had a longer journey throughout those VCT circuits. It's gonna be amazing to see what these players have to offer. Enzo didn't have that good of a performance yesterday, but still ended up getting some good kills, and Enzo is still top 5 in multiple stat category in this tournament, and it shows the experience that you have as a roster, as a player, especially when you have such a blowout game that you had yesterday. Still, you're gonna be able to get consistent kills.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Enzo now is leading an all-French lineup, and I think for the first time in 4.5 years, he's in an all-French speaking squad. And I think the first time overall in his career where he's IGL'd in French. So it's super interesting to see. Just a little bit of a fun fact for you, MP, as well. Last time Enzo played in an all-French roster was 4.5 years ago, and it featured players like Kadavra and Existence. Isn't that a bit of a throwback?
Woo! Yeah, it is. It definitely is. And Enzo is known to play with Hip as well. They did play a lot of, I think a lot of different teams back in 2020 as well, which was great to see. But yeah, I think it's a whole different story now. 4 years ago, that was that 2020 roster, 2021 as well. And Enzo has been through thick and thin. Now you have amazing players around you, but all of the experience, I think it lies on Enzo. Even though you have Kellogg's on the roster, even though you have players like Mikey there, it still stands on Enzo's shoulder.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, and it's been a rough journey for them as well, hasn't it, with not being able to win clean series overall. But I think this also sets ourselves nicely talking about FOKUS, because I think they were part of the group of death early on in Challengers EMEA. They played against Team Liquid Academy, against Dynasty, all teams grabbing 1 win, 1 loss, but FOKUS was more dominating when it came to their wins, and, you know, less bad when it came to their loss.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. That's a fair point. And I've seen multiple iterations of FOKUS, but I think this one actually seems to be the best. Well, it's easy to say, but when you have FOKUS, who has been battling throughout in Polaris, in Dark Evolution, usually you have had a team that faces against them that they cannot quite beat. That was Apex in Polaris. They went 0-7 against them. That was Mouse in Dark Evolution, which they went 0-4 against them. Finally, this year, it seems like there is not a team that can actually consistently stop them, at least in their own respective league.
Yeah, it seems like they might have met their match in Challengers EMEA, obviously against a Turkish team, but they have shown a lot of strengths, right? And I think you have a clip here as well, MP, that you wanted to show how strong actually these two teams, how FOKUS is, specifically on Haven, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Mandatory kind of felt flat yesterday on Haven, but FOKUS, they had brilliant Havens, I think, throughout this tournament. This is how FOKUS plays this. They create an illusion. Look how, at the time, it's 117 right now. Look at the positions. They haven't kind of moved anywhere. Only player that has moved is Xus. He's already in mid with Operator. And the illusion comes from here. Look at the screen, what is happening. Yeah, you see Xus moving forward in B lobby. Once he gets that angle, it's where FOKUS is like, okay, now we want to pressure A lobby. We want to get this control. We want to pressure for that rotation to come in. Yeah, sure, the duels go back and forth here in A lobby, but the most important part of FOKUS is happening in B right now. Anima is like, oh, I have to rotate towards A, I have to check mid, but Xus is like, not a chance in hell. I'm gonna pick you off, and that is exactly how FOKUS executes Haven, how they execute multiple of these maps. They create an illusion on the other side of the map, and then they actually strike on the other side. They create a trap like a play.
Yeah, indeed. So it was a strong start for FOKUS on Haven, but later on there was a comeback from Eternal Fire that completely changed everything. So I think they'll try and forget the bad things, remember the good things. But I'd also want to ask you a question here, MP, right? Given the fact that, you know, Mandatory have to play them potentially on Haven, do you think they have what it takes to deal with such intricacy with their plays?
I think they do, but they have to be more proactive. I think Mandatory, what Mandatory lacks, especially in Haven attacking side, is what FOKUS gains. They have a lot of lurking potential. You have Xus who can lurk, but you have multiple other players. I think for Mandatory, Hip isn't really comfortable, or maybe their game plan isn't too comfortable with the lurks throughout mid. They cannot quite cut those rotation. I think this was very imminent in the match against Metisport, and especially that match yesterday against BBL Pacific. They weren't comfortable at all, and I think Hip's stat line was 4 and something, which indicates that your Cypher isn't too comfortable in pressuring the positions that are really prominent for the defensive side.
That will be interesting then, I guess, looking to see what kind of maps these two teams will be playing on. Obviously, there is some importance here, because like we said, Mandatory haven't been able to clean up in their series, right? The matches they've won the entire season, they haven't gone away with a 2-0. It's always been a 2-1. So there are some weaknesses in there that potentially FOKUS could exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that is a very good weakness that they could exploit. But I think this map pool, or this map veto, is going to be really interesting. That Abyss ban, it's kind of clear cut. I'm not quite sure where Mandatory is going to go. Bind is something that they have banned here and there, but they have floated quite a lot of maps. Yeah, I mean, Bind is really good for FOKUS. It's not really good for Mandatory. That's a fair ban. Lotus, or FOKUS, they could go for Lotus if they want to float that Haven. It's kind of a question mark whether you want to leave that Haven open for Mandatory to pick, but they're actually going for Haven. I'm not quite sure where Mandatory feels comfortable here. I mean, I think Lotus could be something, Fracture is maybe something that they could see, but I'm not quite sure what it's gonna be here. Ooh, okay. I actually do like this because they have played 5 Pearls and FOKUS has played only 1, which is I don't really like the composition that FOKUS is running on Pearl. You have KO and Sova in that. I really heavily like having that Vice in the roster, having that Teho. FOKUS could switch up the composition though.
They could. That's something that we haven't really seen too much of FOKUS of this year, right? In contrary to Mandatory, I think they've kind of stuck with the same things that they've been trying from the start of the year. That's not necessarily bad if it works, you know, but for Mandatory, it's been a different story. They've matched the matched, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, FOKUS, last time they played Pearl, that was like a month ago, so they could have definitely switched up their composition. They could have upped the composition to a current meta. I think Lotus coming in as our decider map is really heavily favored for the side of FOKUS. They have had really strong Lotus. Yeah, sure, the games have been kind of close against Team Liquid Academy, CG and Esports. It was 13-11, 13-10, 13-11. But I think one of the biggest things that we have to take a look at is how this first map is gonna end. Usually when Mandatory has lost, this was in the finals, this was yesterday, they have lost in a blowout. They haven't really gotten into the game. I think it was 13-7, 13-6 and 13-6 that they lost in the finals, and yeah, well, yesterday they got only 7 rounds. So we really have to pay attention what happens in the first map. Is Mandatory comfortable? Because if they are not, if they cannot get the control of this match instantly in Haven, I think it could become a rough match for them.
Okay, it could become a rough match on Haven, but I'm also looking at Pearl here, MP, because obviously Pearl didn't really go too well with them against Pacific the other day, right? 13-4 was the score, and, you know, quite the blowout. So what do you think gives them the confidence to pick it up again today?
I mean, to be fair, I think they just couldn't get online in Pearl. They got instantly countered in round 1. Kellogg's, he didn't make a single mistake, but Pacific, they knew exactly where Kellogg's was. There was a Neon Stun, Phoenix Molly that came through, and Kellogg's was out of the round. I think that instantly set the tone of how the Pearl is going to go, and BBL Pacific just rolled with it. So I feel like Mandatory, they're still confident that they can win, because they have that win against Metisport 13-3. And, well, FOKUS's best map is in Pearl, so I think that is definitely something that Mandatory has taken a look at and be like, okay, we're just gonna run this.
I think we see a slight change, you know, a revert back to the Jet here for Mandatory, right? Because they did run Yoru for a few times, and now they've gone back to the Jet. What do you think that the reason is for that?
I mean, I think it's something that Kellogg's just feels comfortable with. I think the Euro yesterday wasn't quite something that you see Kellogg's using a lot of the time. I think when we think about Kellogg's, we think about Jet instantly, and the Euro, it just wasn't great. He wasn't getting the value that Euro has to get. And when you have Kellogg's, who's really good with operator, really good with fast dashing plays, I think you want to go with the Jet. And I do actually really approve this switch.
Indeed. It looks interesting, right, to say the least, which makes it a non-mirror matchup in a way. Well, we'll be seeing a bit of a change on how these two teams approach everything. But yeah, FOKUS has shown that they can be very dominant against some really strong teams with the likes of Eternal Fire. But it feels like Mandatory might be a little bit different here, obviously, in style of play.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Damn.
Ooh.
86% for FOKUS. Damn. Okay.
Damn.
I mean,
okay.
We know exactly where chat is going for.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? All the Turkish viewers are probably looking at the Turkish stream, so it's more likely we'll have FOKUS fans here, especially given that FOKUS once upon a time played in Challengers Northeast, right? So
yeah,
well, it was then only North, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I mean the French viewers, I think you mean instead of the
sorry.
Turkish, but yeah, I do think. FOKUS definitely has probably the majority power in the chat, so I think it's gonna be interesting. I don't think it's gonna be that big of a blowout. I think Mandatory, they have probably fixed their stuff from yesterday. I think they are gonna be more comfortable with the Turkish teams. I feel like it's usually you either have the comfortability of your fundamentals, or you just don't. Absolutely, you cannot get it done with the whole series. And how it started from Mandatory at the beginning, Kellogg's was done dirty, got killed instantly off of the barrier. I think that sets the tone already for that match. If Mandatory can gain a pistol here, I think this Haven could become very close matchup. And honestly, I don't think Mandatory are a bad team. I think they just had a fluke yesterday. I think they can definitely fix up their game, because when we look at the game against Metisport, when we look at the game against HGE, they were really decent, and the HGE match was really close in Haven as well. Obviously, I do think FOKUS is a different beast, and I think they have improved throughout this whole tournament, but still, Mandatory, they have a lot of experience in the side of Enzo, and I think one thing that we were missing yesterday was Enzo's Odin. I don't think we saw that single time.
Well, I'm excited about this one, MP, because it's elimination on the line and potentially a top 3 spot to solidify for either of these teams. Let's throw this over to our casters, Hazza and Cairo, to bring us the action.
Thanks, guys. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. We've got an elimination game with an ascension point on the line. In the standings at the very least, but what it represents is moving to the lower final and the possibility to move on to that first ever Challengers EMEA final that we've got for ourselves this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing here, right, is that this matchup has a lot of history within the players, not necessarily at organisation level, but as you get deeper down and you look at it, there's so much to get into.
There certainly is. Mandatory, the legacy side at that they are within France, the longest standing member, yet it's the furthest that they've ever been in the Challenger system coming into 2025. Yesterday's loss now threatens that first inter-regional event be overshadowed by the same issues that they face domestically, though.
Yeah, FOKUS are favourites though, naturally, but Lewis has never been able to beat one of Enzo's teams in 4 years of trying. That's an unbelievable stat.
It certainly is. 8 opportunities, not a single one has managed to land just yet. FOKUS will start this out on the attack side of their own map, pick towards C. 5 players strong, hips outnumbered, and he knows it. Back on the Cypher as he's swapped over to this on 4 of the 6 maps that they play. Placing a trap of Alarante's own as they've taken this in post. This is comfortable for FOKUS. They're yet to explore that space, though.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily need to, Hazza. All 5 players playing off one another on site. They've got the perfect post plan. But now Mandatory, they've got garage control, and FOKUS now know about that.
Bit of utility expended in the process, but Paranoia still held on to by Mystic. Contact to be taken. It's a slow approach as Mandatory set their feet for this retake, but Kellogg's sends it in motion. Stun onto the default player. It's a trade. FOKUS still with numbers on site. Zos clapping back with 2, and it's a 2v1. his opportunity to try and clutch out for his team against the French side, which don't lose from these kinds of positions. Hip to finish off what he started on the C site. Evacuated, but retaken. Mandatory with the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw Zus being able to take the planter off the, the defuser off the spike, perhaps that could have been a win, but Mandatory do so well to get into the site, especially after the garage push is cut in half. The big damage being done from backside. Excellent stuff from the French side.
Great to just start building some confidence early doors here, get that momentum in. It's a word that we throw about so much, especially on Haven. But when you look at this team in general with that flawless group stage, then turns sour in what is always going to be an almost impossible task of Pacific, you have to remember this is a team without a Challengers title, of which FOKUS have a few now. And it's always been those high pressure matches where they have really struggled to perform. So in the lower bracket, one up on the defense already, FOKUS taking Garage, heading towards C again, and that's all they've really got left now as Lewis is lost outside A.
Zus, though, has taken a lot of space here through towards Garage. Has to be careful, does manage to win out, but as you can see, still alone. No support at the minute, and stuck between two smokes.
FOKUS have been given the site here though, so it's an opportunity to get the spike down. At the very least, extra 300 credits per player. But while this is happening, Mandatory move closer. The drone will be there to check. But yeah, this can't be denied. FOKUS have done a pretty damn good job already at getting in here. And Alorante Sheriff lets off a belting shot. That's another 4v2. Not a complete impossibility, but looking very unlikely.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Enzo is getting low on that ammo count, but most importantly, Hoodie has stun and a flashpoint to work with.
Playing around the smoke, Kellogg's diving in yet again, but the information comes in kind. Mystic has his work cut out for him. Brilliant C retake from Mandatory, and while FOKUS will make some money in the process, there isn't a round registered on the board just yet.
I think it's a decent round all in all. Both teams will be happy with that. I mean, a lot of the guns get through from Mandatory. FOKUS will be able to get all those heavy shields to allow the Outlaw not to be able to get his maximum effectiveness. But as you can see, right now, FOKUS are exploiting towards that C side quite a lot. They did that yesterday, they got a lot of success from it, but Mandatory are starting to realise, hey, we don't necessarily need to play on the site, we'll just give it up and play retake.
Yeah, that's exactly it. They're willing to give it because they know the retake's going to work. I think the role of Kellogg's has been pretty important in the last couple of those, just in terms of taking some of that space back, even if he's not contributing, performing as heavily as we know he can. Leading the charge as you'd expect right now, though, outside of A, is Mandatory have been able to force FOKUS's hand a little bit. And yeah, if they can set them up to take B or C and play retake, then that's the objective so far. Clear game plan for the French.
I mean, all his job is to do is to hold on to that C-like position, make sure that nobody gains control of that. And right now, FOKUS can't really gain control of much, right? They're trying to work on these traps, create an information deficit, but Mandatory at the same time are looking to gain information. They've stuck Kellogg's up on A long, and look at the players on the C side. They're looking to re-clear Garage and play together. This is magnificent from the French side.
They appear to have got what they want, but B looking pretty weak in the process. Hip hanging around. The recon dart will hit him below the waist, and that means you're revealed consistently. But Mikey, with a big save, FOKUS still making inroads towards the middle of the map, but as it stands, Mandatory, you feel, are still in control of this.
Massively has it, especially they've just seen a glimpse of Alorante. Whether he's went shot or not, they do not know. But what they do know is that A-Link has been taken. Now they need to get a move on as the spike goes down.
Push back on the A play. Into Hoodie they go. That's 2 quick kills out of his Phantom. Mandatory, a round which they came into looking so consistent, but Hoodie has taken it all by himself. Mystic there to support his efforts, but FOKUS able to deal with that threat of a retake when they had the guns in their hands.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Hazza, the big thing for this round was that when you think of the macro game, I felt as if Mandatory came out on top, but FOKUS just have so much firepower within that roster that when they played off one another on the site in that post plan, Mandatory had no look in whatsoever.
Firepower is something that we'll be coming back to throughout this series, I imagine. Mandatory there. Player with the highest ACS at the moment is Enzo, and I think that tells you quite a lot.
Yeah.
We can build on that as we go along. keloqz trying to creep around this cage, yet to spot Alorante as the cam goes in.
This is an AWP as well, so all it takes is one body shot. Knows that Alorante is there. On the fadeaway, that's where he'll get caught.
Big kill. FOKUS prioritizing Garage in the meantime. Yet again, Zus often estranged from the rest of his team, relying on setup from players like Hoodie. Still has the full belt, and this C execute is underway.
It is. Zus trying to catch Enzo off guard while the spam continues to lay down. It's the backside though of C where Mandatory make their stand and do so successfully. FOKUS trying to run for the hills, gain something, some sort of semblance of resistance. It does not come through. Mandatory just overpower.
Yeah, and they don't overcomplicate things either. They get bodies on the line on C and hold their ground. You had a brilliant position for Hib in A lobby as the insert, similar to how keloqz was holding down the same area of the map solo last time. They move a player over in every avenue, every pathway blocked, and now FOKUS are back onto an eco. So already this defender's side is grinding the gears together. Things are seeming to work.
This is a nice spot. Yes, this.
Yeah. And this is something else that I wanted to touch on. You mentioned Enzo earlier. We talked about it as we came into the map, but Enzo versus Lewis, when it comes to that calling structure, has always been a big battle, right? And one that Enzo always tends to win out on.
He was undefeated as Apex's in-game leader against that title charge we saw from FOKUS. 2023, the last time which Lewis was the sole in-game leader. Of course, he was the second caller last year. And the question will be, how much has he learned from Cider during that time? What extra experience he has, feeling confident to do so. keloqz still prowling around A. Few targets to find, Zus just confirming to him position. Does have a TP to get out, but keloqz is thinking the same kind of thing. Doesn't want to poke the bear too much. Less than a minute left. FOKUS have got a decision to make.
Mystic will have an idea of how Enzo wants to call every round going forward, right? An idea of how Enzo's brain works. So that's maybe an insight for what FOKUS want to do here. Always very good at the macro game, although so far haven't been too great. They've tried to poke and prod towards B, but there's players on the site that basically confirm that nobody's there.
20 seconds, it's go time. keloqz missed shot, but matters not. Enzo is here to pick up the pieces. It's that one rifle in the hands of Zus that could make things scary, but it's quickly silenced by keloqz. One here, one there. Look, he hits half the shots, he misses the others, but seems to be good enough once Sivov's on the scene. So a flawless fourth, Mandatory extending their advantage.
Yeah, FOKUS almost floundering on the map right now, struggling to get a real semblance of a round to work with. I mean, the B site, like Hold, the way they got onto the site, got the spike planted, and the post plant was great. But since then, like how they're trying to move across the map has been expertly read by Mandatory.
Yeah, you know, you're always expecting these Enzo teams to be quite fundamental in how they play off of one another, but extremely effective. It's important to mention that, you know, 2023 title race, that Haven was one of the undefeated maps for Apex in that campaign. So I think, look, you embed that DNA here. FOKUS are trying to go against the grain. This is a map which they themselves have put a really high priority on. They were undefeated until that Eternal Fire game where they ended up losing from being up 12-4. So quite the turnaround for the Turks.
And do you know what's most interesting about that series, Hazza? Is that FOKUS actually have never lost to a Turkish team until that point. Mikey here, all the way up towards the trap and gives away that people are behind, but it's 4, and Alorante has to face up against them all.
Nice first shot. There is follow-up. Lewis is here as well. The two consistent pieces coming into 25 have already got it off to a good start, but when the follow-up is there, it falls flat. The spike is still sat in sewers, so Mandatory want to attack this. They can't converge from both ends as keloqz is still kept up, cooped up in the tower. Enzo moving forwards, ult's traded both ways, the shock's going to come out, and that's what does the damage to finish it off. 2v2, keloqz called to action. He's going to drop, and it's Sivov in a clutch situation. 1 versus 2, but it's all just cloak and dagger. A tap of the spike, a tap of the head. Second round on the board for FOKUS.
Really nicely called between the two remaining players to be like, listen, I'm going to go and tap the spike, and then we play off one another. Heavy investment from both sides, really wanting to push this round towards the edge. We saw both Rolling Thunders invested by both, a little bit scrappy in the end. You'll take the win though.
And just as we were talking about that Eternal Fire game, the shortcomings of FOKUS were, you know, when they swung at things, when they tried to really scrap, and I think that round also screams a little bit of desperation as well in terms of how a slight lack of coordination in those cagey moments. Mandatory back in mid for yet another round, as this is a much more accelerated A play from FOKUS.
It's the same thing from Mandatory though, on the back lines, and Mystic's the one that's got caught.
Big kill, Mikey. Zus has the sight, so do the rest of FOKUS. Able to fly their flag over it for just the time being, as Mandatory are regrouping to retake this space. And in terms of utility, full belt on Sivov. Mikey has the Paranoia, and the Hunter's Fury is coming in.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, FOKUS know what's going to happen here, what the priorities are for Mandatory, and FOKUS need to get a body back, right? A tap of the spike, gets rid of an ult, FOKUS burn their own to get some damage in, but this is where the real damage will come in. A flood retake.
Keeping it quick, Zus in the corner, discipline maybe for the first, that's all he'll get. 3v2, Mandatory man advantage. It's Lewis and Hoodie that have to step up here, the initiators, the one forced to react. The lineup nearly poses an opportunity for Hoodie, but it's just as fleeting as a lot of these FOKUS rounds. Mandatory swing the hammer down yet again, that'll make for 5.
Aye, brilliantly played, especially when you think towards how FOKUS have called that round, that post, the like kind of sight take, etc. The only problem is that they're not thinking about their backlines. The fact that Mandatory now twice in a row have got into this backline area and got 2 picks. Oh, got a pick in this round and then a pick in the last, you know.
Yeah, it feels like at the moment the issues for FOKUS are stemming a little bit more from the mid round than how they're opening or closing any of these. I guess the closers kind of failed to happen because of the way that things are planning out. But if we talk a little bit more about the calling, though, yeah, I mean, Lewis is the solo caller, I suppose, right? You have some really vocal pieces in there, Hoodie, Mystic, names that have come from VCT alongside a guy like Zus, but, you know, he's sort of factored in more to what the defense looks like. So at the moment, yeah, there's a bit of an absence, and you can even see that reflected in Lewis's kill count.
Yeah, and it's interesting for me, like, just like how Lewis is, or if it is Lewis that's struggling, or if it's just a team that's struggling, whatever's happening here. If there's maybe miscommunication or whatnot. Like, you coming into this first map thinking that this would be such a FOKUS-heavy map, even though Mandatory have shown prowess at it. Like, for me, Lewis knows how to call this map. Did it, like, was second caller last year, main caller the year before, and has done so proficiently. It's baffling to me that at this point he is getting out called, and maybe it's because he's slipping into old tendencies.
Perhaps. There's a blend of the old and the new here. To speak to what Mandatory are doing well, I mean, Hip as the leader of this team previously gave that up as soon as Enzo rejoined. The first roster that they ever played in competitively was one together, so plenty of respect. Kellogg's disrespect, nice shot, goes in for more, punished for it.
There's a little bit of information coming in here as well, has it, to try and reset, but FOKUS to get onto the front side, and look where Mandatory are.
Alorante with the op. Lewis still on a classic, a real pick and mix of weapons here as Alorante is on the warpath. Sivov trying to lock it down. He'll get one. That's not enough. Alorante's quad has captured a thrifty round for FOKUS. Yeah, a precious one.
It's extremely precious. It brings them right back into this half, especially with resetting the economy. It worried me a little bit considering that FOKUS managed to lose the spike towards the backside and Enzo had control over that. It's nice to have Zus as proven to be another point to work with. But Alorante, mate, his sheriff is absolutely mental. I think he's the highest headshot, like he's got the highest headshot percentage between all of that first split in their own respective regions, like compared across the board.
That's the thing, right? I mean, we knew Lewis was always known as the headshot king, but The usurper to that throne would always be Valorant. They have some demonic aimers on this FOKUS side.
Standing ahead.
And even on that round, just exploiting the weakness of the C site a little bit, expecting Mandatory to flood the backside. They're going to do the same here as Mikey, Sivov, they're all arriving. Enzo as well. FOKUS still not fully committed to it this time.
Yeah,
well, they are now.
Well, they are, but they've not thought about Mikey. Unfortunately, not able to get more than one. And FOKUS look to poke and prod the backside, where Mandatory have been lurking and been able to get success. Sivov, all on his own, has to face up against 3 FOKUS players waiting for Kellox to get into position.
Stun disengages. Kellox is coming back into the retake with an op here though. Does have full movement utility, and Sivov with 2 flashes to maybe get him in a danger area, but you're still just hoping FOKUS will give you a peek, which I don't think they'll be eager to do.
Why should they play together? Although Valorant, he's the first piece to fall. 2v2 now, and Kellox lurking through Garage. Sivov is the next to get one, calls exactly where Zus is, and well, Mandatory will steal the round away from what was almost a sure FOKUS round.
Yeah, it's a brilliant retake from Mandatory, and even just a little detail at the end there. Kellox dashing across once he'd missed the shot out into the open. You'd think, oh, did he hit the button wrong? Go in the wrong place? No, it's all just a distraction, and as much as this guy maybe, as I said, hadn't been performing, I mean, he's currently ranked 8th out of all the duelists in this competition. 14 players that have done that. Yeah, it's this kind of movement to just distract, but I think it was already done by that point. FOKUS engaging in the knowledge they know backside is going to have players. Mandatory's retakes had worked out well for them. Interesting to see that's not a condition they seem to be playing for after the timeout.
A nice entry from Zus, a player who likes to play the attack side up especially from his time on Mouse.
And for Enzo, he's been doing this with the Odin for ages, so if there is any kind of read you were going to have, and with the slowness of the Odin peek around the corner as well, always going to get the better of him there.
I like
it's typical, you'll see this over, be that info player, but...
I like this though, Mandatory, they know that they've lost the A side, so let's try and be proactive towards elsewhere on the map. This time it is going to be B. Zivov playing the Overwatch for window.
They do still have this cam as well, which is watching towards short. So actually, while Mandatory don't have any players on A, there's still a bit of information. FOKUS haven't fully taken the space. Maybe reading into Enzo overcoming that lack of position, but there is maturity about this Mandatory side, and the read is spot on. They have not bent the knee to that initial pick.
Kellox holding on. Long line of sight and gets caught by the fake out, tries to go for more, and Zus's op is the one that comes out on top. Still, time is getting low, and FOKUS, they need to try and get on towards the site and get the spike planted.
Ooh. Going into 2 players here though, Cairo, this would be the stack.
This would be, but it's now all up to Mikey. Spike trying to be attempted here, peeks out, but Valorant catches Mikey before he can get more. FOKUS finally get the 4th.
Yeah, they are within touching distance now of Mandatory, and you feel as if something may need to change in terms of that head-to-head between the duelists, Zus and Kellox. One moving away from the Yoru, the Frenchman, and one sticking to his guns as this is a really nice bit of tech, actually, to send the reveal off the fake-out, clear those close corners nice and early instead of investing a drone, for example. That was really nice, actually.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, yeah, Zus leading the way in terms of opping. Always one of the most proficient oppers against a player who, as I said before, is trying to make a name for himself here again, and has done just that by finding Aloe early. FOKUS a bit stunted now without that one player on the extremity.
It's sad though, right? Because obviously you're seeing Zus using the dimensional drift to clear it out. This Garage position though, they've heard the Cypher of Hip put down his cam, but there's more bodies here.
Peeking into the corner, Zus with the rifle this time in his hands, rips away Hip's life and flashes himself into the backside space. FOKUS have C yet again, and with the gun advantage, we should be getting ever closer to a tied score at the half.
You would think that, but remember the ultimates has there's a Rolling Thunder available. Look at Zus.
More timing. The timing's huge. Zus already on the angle. In the drone is Enzo, but Sivov bails him out. And with that 3-on-3, guns back in the hands of Mandatory. with the paranoia used, there's little left to block this if you're Focus.
Lewis has a full belt of utility though, Hazza. That's the other thing to consider.
TP out, Lewis just trying to hold down the ground. The captain will go with the ship as it starts to sink. 2v2 now, Mystic and Enzo both on other sides of the server, and it's the former teammate which will have to finish this off. He's found the first, his old captain, bearing on down the garage position, but Mystic knows too well the time. It's fleeting, and as he flurries away, Mystic has got this one in the bag. Focus creeping ever closer to that equalizer.
Didn't need to be that close, Hazza. It did not need to be that close. Scrappy. But you know what? Focus come out on top, keep themselves within touching distance, and stopping Mandatory for having an advantage in the next half. Next round will confirm whether that is the case to be true, as Mandatory are on 6, remember. This will be a big round, considering how many people are close to ultimates themselves. Enzo being one of them, Hoodie another.
Yeah, the damage taken there immediately onto Hoodie. It's not the spam weapon we were expecting in the hands of Enzo, but as long as he has that heavy weapon penetration through the walls, then sure, go for it, why not? And that's the Rolling Thunder lost as well. Such a valuable execute ultimate, which will be absent from this final round of the half.
I mean, Spike could maybe be given to Lewis. A Hunter's Fury perhaps could come online. Zus won't be around for much longer though, and now it's just the players in mid that Mandatory have to try and deal with.
Great damage from Enzo. Focus are being chipped down. 3 players left already. Minute on the clock. Nose to the grindstone. They've got to try and find something back. It should come through Mystic. It does. That's one. And I'll tell you what, Mikey's taking damage. Hip's gone looking. Betrayed by the barrel as he rounds the corner. We're at an even standing. And Lewis has a brilliant position to cut off a rotation.
So does Kellogg's. Look at the information he's going to be able to give Mandatory. But look at this. Seventh is allowed for the pressure to be alleviated. And Focus immediately pivot to A.
As the sole anchor, Kellogg's has gone walking. They know that the A site is open, so it's a free plug. Alorante set up as this Joker to try and find a kill on the flank late. And while Kellogg's does have the blades here, Lewis is already wrapping in on position. Focus are going to win the 3v5. Oh, that's unless Mikey, the top clutcher for Job Life, now on Mandatory, can win out this round for them.
I mean, will have experience in these positions before, has an ultimate to work with, but so many players in Focus looking to play together. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and both teams even as we move into that second half.
Okay, and so we find ourselves even at the half as both of these teams, Mandatory and FOKUS, lost Haven in their opening round of playoffs. They look to try and put things right against one another. 6-6 as it stands, and fortunately enough, that technical pause was nothing but a false alarm.
Yeah, thank God for that, Hazza. The worrying sign for the Dark fans that are sitting at home is that FOKUS have only been able to win 4 rounds on defence the last time that they played Haven, and that was over the best part of like 16, 18 rounds, so yeah, does it make for good viewing.
I like your sort of deftly put Cologne reference there. Something to mention as well is that FOKUS, having won their final, come into this as the top seed, whereas Mandatory second seed, they make it out of groups where Job Life didn't. I think that's just the narrative for this team again, building into a competition. Can you keep that consistent performance up, or are you just going to fall flat once the pressure begins to intensify?
Now look at the stack here, has a FOKUS. I've got everybody onto 4 players towards the seaside, and they're ready to play the trap. All 4 players caught it. Hoodie's only been able to get 1 though.
Yeah, Mikey just found a little crack in the corner where he could safely get out, and as in kind, you've got a trade that's come back the opposite way. Enzo now missing, so a lot of that utility for re-clearing not going to be available. Lewis, as the Sova player, I mean, how often do you see them take a position up like this? Usually you're just giving it a face check, you've got your reveal, something like that. And this fake from Mandatory is going to do absolutely nothing unless he loses the duel, which Sivov entertains. Now Mandatory have options, but only 30 seconds.
Yeah, FOKUS are feeling a little bit thin across the map, having to make sure they have 1 towards A, but they're gambling on C. That's because Mystic has got a pocket on B main.
Yeah, this is a brilliant read from them. Now, Camera's just going to confirm it. Mystic will continue his walk down mid, but while that's happening, the site must hold. Alorante doing it. Spike to the ground. 10 seconds. Time so important. Alorante doing all he can to buy it for Mystic to try and win the round solo. Denied by Mikey at the death. Mandatory will get both pistols on Haven.
It's crazy, Hazza. It's so close. The fine margins between the two, and you can see the great macro game at work between the 2 callers. Lewis just so unlucky not to get Sivov, and you know something that's crazy about that? If this had been Lewis a year or 2 ago, he would have hit that shot, I'll tell you that.
I mean, it's easy to put it on him enough, right? Well, he won a 1v5 in the grand final. It was the first round that we saw on Lotus, but hey, we might have to wait for a little while to see that one potentially. Decider queued up. In terms of the purchase here from FOKUS, it is just that 1 Sheriff on Zus. Mystic has a Ghost. Slim pickings from which to work. You can see already, though, they're starting to have a look in mid, and it's Zus leading this charge.
So deep as well already. Has seen 1. They're calling for support. And look at this, FOKUS have actually come out on top. Not checked a clear corner, but Hoodie had reloaded. And it's scrappy again. But somehow, FOKUS have put themselves in quite a decent position. They're already looking to run down C long and send it towards Mandatory.
Oh, it's brilliant. I think that this is just a bit of a double stack as well. Lewis is actually going to tuck into the corner. Mystic is here. You clear the first player, but do you expect the second? Kellogg's walking in. Headshot done. They're not looking the right way at all. Lewis is just going to take them both! That's just nuts! A thrifty clutch for them. And you overlook Lewis. You overlook the round.
Oh, mate, do you know what? That's what we get to eat humble pie. You don't lose, and then straight away, FOKUS come back with a brilliant anti-eco. And it's won by him in the end. The trigger discipline, spot on. Mystic already low. It's so well played. And you know what? That will hurt a lot for Mandatory to lose.
That's the kind of micro that we want to be ranting and raving about for FOKUS, because they were really good in spells yesterday against Eternal Fire here, and you expect that of them, you know, clearing smokes together, making sure that the contact's set up. As I said before, with all of the changes to the roster last year, the priority here is to just keep it consistent, and finally we see that with a little bait and switch.
Already losing a player. Kellogg's the only rifle being low as well. but still mandatory are just stopping and waiting to hit. Zus is already looking to force the issue, has an outlaw, but he was low himself. Maybe a little bit too overeager.
Yeah, I think so. He's completely overheated there. I mean, the drone got body blocked. He knew there was one there, but there was no tag. He didn't know how many players it was. I don't think he even saw if it was Cypher. So here we go now. FOKUS are going to have at least 3 bodies, and they've already dealt with Kellox. So Lewis, the defender's half, looking pretty nice for him. And they'll trade out to just confirm it as well. Hoodie was the only one left. So, I mean, if Sivov were to take that duel, maybe there was half a chance, but you're hanging on ifs, buts, and maybes. We only do absolutes here. And that's FOKUS finding themselves in a very strong position now.
Now, the next round is probably the most important. I mean, yeah, of course, it's the rifle round. What do you expect, Cairo? But it's more, both teams will be on an even footing. And this is where we'll see the real macro come into play. Mandatory do have one ace up their sleeve, being Sivov's Rolling Thunder.
See, they're probably going to try and play off of it. I mean, he's 25-9 for goodness sake. Just so constant in these rounds.
As soon as that smoke drops, Zus is going to try and take a peek with that op. Just be careful.
Lewis is going to incentivize him with the drone again. And oh, it's only a leg shot. So Zus won't get what he was bargaining for. Deeper trap this time. Mikey aware of it. Worried about the possibility that there's a trap play set off this, so they do drop back, but mandatory, unbeknownst to the fact that FOKUS are elsewhere. B was free for the taking.
I like this. Setting up Zus on another angle. Enzo knows, and he'll know about it for certain. As Zus gets the pick, and also FOKUS know about where the spike is.
Cage trigger. Just dropping the cage in garage. But mandatory, slim on options. Not really too much that they can try and work here. It's got to be B, C, or nothing. A's been completely forfeited right now, and back into Zus they have to go.
Time is getting low. Zus! Oh, he comes up magnificent. After missing Kellox the first time, he gets a 2-for-1 deal because of that leg shot. Still though, the players try and force an issue, try and gain space for themselves, but FOKUS are right there on the mark for a flawless round.
It's a mega round from Zus. He's so actively involved in the setup of this defense, and FOKUS was talking about it a lot in some of the interviews given in the build-up to the playoffs. That, you know, where, the same as it was on Mouse, he's so involved in the calling of how he wants these defender side setups to look, whereas Lewis is more involved on the attack side. That's where you started to worry for them a bit at the beginning of this game, but now that the halves have swapped, they seem to be in control. Seem is the word that we've got to use because, again, you remember 8 rounds in a row lost from a similar position only 24 hours ago.
Yeah, the jury will always be out until FOKUS are able to finish this map out cleanly.
It's rounds like this that are going to make you sweat. Pressure being placed towards A yet again.
Yeah.
And there's the overextension punished. It was just Lewis fighting that angle.
Still though, FOKUS have majority of their bodies towards this side, and as a double clear comes through, this is Mikey's stinger at close range. Maximum effectiveness, but isn't able to even get a shot off.
Clean from Hoodie. Breach ult still available to hit the site, but without short control, mandatory don't feel comfortable enough to use it. They're regrouping on the re-clear, long is where they'll go, but once again, Zus is present.
Deep angle, the Rolling Thunder comes in, but there's 2 players that haven't been affected by it. Hoodie, yeah, he's going to have absolutely no chance in hell. Mystic, though, on the site all alone and flashed up. Still, the players are looking to try and come through and get the pick. Alorante takes the hat off, but not at the right time. Gives information for Zus to work with though, doesn't look down far enough, and FOKUS, through their own faults, give up that round.
I don't know if it's a commentator curse, a FOKUS curse, whatever the hell it is, but the writing was on the wall coming into that round. I thought the reactions in general from FOKUS were pretty good. This short space, really liked the proactivity, the re-clear from them there. Zus doing what he's been known to do best so far, but it's small moments like Lewis trying to take the initial fight on long that ultimately have sold them short here. Mandatory doing really well to find that round, but can they build on this?
Again, trying to go for the A pressure, but FOKUS look to fight them on the front foot. and push Mandatory elsewhere on the map. I would imagine FOKUS want Mandatory to hit C.
They keep on doing this. FOKUS as well, you can see, just so happy to give up B. You have some pretty strong combos. Lewis is hanging around spawn, has the Hunter's Fury. You can always throw the stun in there and find value from it. Cut across the site. The TP is perfectly timed. It's just a solo tag onto Mikey. Still 2 players deposited here, though. Not something they've given up just yet. They're fighting forwards.
Yeah, they have to. Try and get something, but Allo did so well to hold on. But the spike is going elsewhere. Eventually, it goes towards C, and it's just a bit too late. Lewis going in, has to fight against 2, but only good for 1. The spike now on B. It's a complete bait and switch.
Yeah, and what? Zus is going to commit to this C retake, thinking that that's what it was. Finally, the penny drops. B is where things have ended up. This is such a topsy-turvy round. They've still got to clear Enzo. He was hanging around Link, wraps through the garage. Mikey through the clone, finds the real deal Zus, drops to the floor. Hoodie 1v3, first player gone. That's Mikey. And to the beat of the drum, Mandatory have an equalizer. FOKUS had their feet in front but fall short on the eco, and the follow-up is returned by the French.
Yeah, I feel as if though, like as you said, they had feet in front, but I feel as if they're tripping over their own feet, you know, like the way that they're trying, like they're calling the rounds. Sometimes it feels a little bit too complicated. Spread so thin and even across the map to allow gaps that Mandatory are exploiting like brilliantly.
Yeah. For FOKUS getting hyper-fixated on certain areas of the map at times. Sivov up to 28 kills inside 18 played. Looks once again on the prowl. First player forwards, point man of the push. Updraft over the top, Valorant yet to be revealed. They walk into his sight, and he'll only walk away with 1. Cage does support Zus. That was a bit of a freebie coming out of Hip's pocket. FOKUS want to make this retake happen, but Sivov is just different gravy. The longest standing Mandatory player has earned his spot.
Yeah, a player that you can depend upon. A player who's been here for so long. Mandatory almost engraved on his body. Absolutely insane at the backside. Valorant just so unlucky not to get more there. And listen, this is just top tier shooting.
And this is such a huge step up from Sivov as well. Between him and Hip being the original pieces, as I said,
Jeez.
He had the most match MVPs in the France group stage, but had gone quiet towards playoffs. And now this kind of a step up just signals the best to you. Zus trying to respond, it's Kellogg's that will put him down.
FOKUS looking to just give up the site. Alarante's lurking around the smoke, but he knows he doesn't want to be on the site. Would rather wait and wait for all his teammates to come in. Rolling Thunder in, Hunter's Fury to respond, and Alarante's equaled out.
Yeah, it felt like for a second Enzo was just laying on thick the team damage. Aftershock will keep Mystic from the corner. They come to Enzo's crosshair.
I know exactly.
And fall where they stand. Lewis soon to be revealed. Compromised with 3 players in front.
This needs to be a classic Lewis clutch. A player who has captained this side for so long. He feels like FOKUS, and he needs to focus up right now. A 1 versus 3 for the ages, or Mandatory will be on 11.
Yet to find his win in this head-to-head against an Enzo team, but with their leader now lost. Lewis walks forward, 3 different players peeking one at a time. The opportunities were there to find kills, but even then you are clutching at straws. 2 rounds away, Mandatory.
This is so well played. Zus was playing the glass cannon op, had already been tagged up by 1 shock. And, well, there's no surprise here that FOKUS are bringing out the second time out here.
33 and 10, Cairo.
It's crazy, mate. It's crazy.
What on earth are we seeing? I mean, that's just an absolutely ridiculous performance. I can grab the stats for you really quickly. And he's 1 kill shy of the kill record in Challengers EMEA so far. That was put up by Simon Dark earlier in the week. And even then, that was, what, another game against FOKUS, actually, but a triple OT on Fracture as the final match of the group stage. He's done this in regulation, and he's got rounds to spare, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? But if you're FOKUS, you're probably looking to try and focus on the weaker side, right? Like, everyone says, like, if there's a Cypher going 8 and 15, let's go and hit his site, something like that. Well, FOKUS should be trying to break the weak arm of the push, looking to break the weak arm of the map, and seeing where they can try and find a pick. Go and push Mandatory to the limits.
I think the problem is that he's playing as the rotate, because he's the breach player.
Yeah.
So he's going to be in one link or another, and it's only a matter of time before he arrives on the scene.
Here.
This one a weak buy for FOKUS. Sheriffs, Guardian for Zus. Pushes them away from the stacked A setup. But the immediate reaction is there from FOKUS. These are the kind of setups they like to play. They layer that defense and then make the quick rotation. That's why you have the Yoru. So much more utility.
Yeah, but don't be mistaken. Mandatory do like a rotate back, but with all 5 players committed, this looks like it will be the C execute.
Sus from the corner, the Guardian so difficult to play on an angle like this. Blinds coming through, nigh an opportunity for him to get active. Zelok releases the first of those blades, Kellox, and Zus dropping that player means that this space has been set up brilliantly by FOKUS to just defend the backside. The reveal is godly from Enzo though, every single player spotted. The ones off site, the only ones in safety. Valorant needed that kill to give any kind of cause to the neural theft, but that's now been lost, and it's Mandatory that will find map point first on their opponent's pick.
Hey, listen, it's almost the same case as yesterday, right? FOKUS win 3 rounds on the defense, and then everything begins to fall apart. Whatever is happening here, it seems to be a chronic issue for the dark side, and like that, they are going to have to try and defend with the full buy though. We're going to see Ziz's op come back, which has been the real highlight so far. Ultimate's not much to work with unless Valorant gets a pick. Mandatory, well, they're going to not even commit the spike anywhere. Take their time.
Where's the shock land? Breaks one of the traps, still a second available. Should have been noted by the Owl drone heading in there, and Mandatory faking this initial pop as you do have Mikey with the TP. Goes into A heaven. That's been heard by Lewis, but now he's got to fight on 2 fronts. Worried about the possibility of the long play coming in. Mikey noting it. Kellox here. They're encircling, but Zus cutting off rotations and cutting off the spike. That's the lifeblood to this offense lost.
And the fact that Lewis is pulled back, the discipline that FOKUS are showing right now is brilliant. Although Mikey wants to hang around and see if he can get more, but it's not the case.
Cover going out.
FOKUS are playing disciplined.
He'll lay down that smoke, but you've got to push back through your own. Just more time for FOKUS to get ready. 5 versus 3 situation, one of which they won on their defense, but that was the other way around. Can they turn it on its head here? In goes the flash. Zus, 3 kills on the round already. Only hip left. He will drop. That's double digits, but we need to see 2 more.
And that's as many rounds as they won in the last game when they played overtime on Haven. We know that defense can be a struggle, but we're going to have to see more. Mandatory timing out, and I think this is a good time for them to bring out their first time out of the series, because obviously they're wanting to push this over the line and not allow FOKUS to get a good read on how they're wanting to play this.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to that conversation which I opened up right at the start of this, and Mandatory's player performances. It's so cool to see Sivov popping off like this in a playoff game where we don't maybe get that from him in this kind of environment. However, it's that firepower issue I was talking about, because yeah, it's cool to have one player step up. I think back to round 21, the last that they won, to get to 12, he was even finding a double there. No kills on the previous, 1 kill on the previous round wasn't enough. Needed a little bit more. And in terms of how FOKUS set up, I think they are forcing Mandatory to have some pretty difficult rounds here and there. It's just if the positions are good enough to cut those rotations, have secondary options. All of these TP Mikey plays are getting me a little bit panicked, I won't lie.
This goes here.
Listen, the attack op has been brought out by Enzo of all people. Not a player you would commonly associate with it.
There.
But still, it is being brought forward. Something
Just
different
loves
to
choice
work with.
weaponry.
Yeah,
he
no,
just
mate.
loves it, man. He's like playing gun game back in the day. Oh no. Big kill from Kellogg's to start off the round. Exactly the first blood that you want if you're mandatory in this position. That's us gone. That's the op gone.
Look at the re-clear though. Focus already going for short.
Mandatory should expect this though, because it's the play that they keep making, the kind of responses we keep seeing from them. Speaking of C, we actually get a walk down long in the process. Cypher setup still on site. Knowing Mandatory have not been hitting B pretty much at all, so FOKUS happy to rely on the extremities and come back into a retake if necessary.
And I love that it's Mystic in this position. This is a position that he takes up commonly. Can TP past the trip if he wants to. It's a fake on the A site. And Mystic is going to have to stand strong.
And he will pass the first. Any more from Mystic? Double kill. He has held his own, and with it, signaling a 3-on-3. Kellogg's must return to the A site as those two initiators have tried to fake it out. But look, he has to win his 1v1. You lose this duel, and the round might just be dead in the water. Hoodie, can he stand tall? The answer is yes. Spike drops yet again. And Mandatory have no time to work with. They're so split up. Hoodie still not reinforced, but still winning his fight. The final one goes his way to finish. And regulation will be maximized by FOKUS.
Yeah, I mean, that round was horrific to watch from... Obviously, we can see the positions coming in, but FOKUS do so well. The fact that Mystic is put on an individual play, steps up, and does so brilliantly. Hoodie as well. And I think these are two players towards the bottom of the scoreboard, now it's Lewis, who have been struggling in this matchup so far. It's the first map I get that, they'll warm up into it. But this is where the match will turn on its head, when players who are at the bottom of the leaderboard will start to stand up and be counted.
There's been such a push and pull on A towards sewers and long. Sauce now walking in, hip on the off angle. You just don't expect to see him crouched in the corner. And as I said before, these reactions towards the short side on A are something which Mandatory need to be aware of. Kellogg's wasn't in the previous. We don't get it out of them just yet.
Shadows traveling.
Stop. I'll wait for a reaction, and FOKUS are giving it. Back to A long they go.
Flash coming in. Kellogg's turns away at the right time. Hoodie gets one, needing to be the hero. Mystic, headshots lined up. That's two more, but it's all on Adorante now to take them to an overtime. They failed to convert it against Eternal Fire, but just getting here is the big thing.
It's a player you want in this position. A player who's clutched up before. Dodges the shock dart, sees both players, but will not get the kill. Mandatory, after delay, will be able to push it to a map win.
Yeah, it's a huge result for a Mandatory in this opening map. I mean, you look at the statistics for this team in general. They came into that game against BBL PCIFIC 4-2. They had a really, really strong win rate. Domestically, they've looked really dominant here, but in EMEA, it's not exactly been the best for them. So to then get this kind of response, when you look at the rest of the pool as well, coming up with Pearl right around the corner, and then Lotus beyond that, yeah, this gets me really excited for the position that they're in. Not little left to be said from us though, Cairo. We've got to throw it over to the analysts and see what they think.
What we think? I think that game speaks for itself, doesn't it, MP?
I mean, it was a one-man army, I would say. I usually don't say this. I don't say this lightly, but 38 and 12, also 9 assists, plus 26 on that situation is crazy to me. And over 3 KDA. I mean, what can you even say? Absolute cinema.
It really was. It really was. I don't know if that was a one-man show or Mandatory just stepping up, but I think it all began from that 4-1 start from Mandatory. Usually they're the team that are slowest to start, but they hit things off on a high note.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying that mandatory, they need to start it fast. They need to win that pistol round. And they actually did that. They did that on both of the sides. Sure, they kind of gave it away on the second half, but I think they played it brilliantly. Their starting half was amazing. Enzo creating a lot of pressure with that Odin as well was amazing to see, because he wasn't getting that Odin previously. But in the end, I mean, we cannot talk about this enough. That's a crazy stat line to have that Saivo did there. But not to take everything out on FOKUS either. I think Sus, Valorant, the whole team was playing amazingly until Saivo was like, nah, this is enough.
I mean, we can definitely talk about Cyber full day, but is there anything here from FOKUS that catches you off guard, you think, in terms of their performance, right? Given the dominance they showed early on against their match against Eternal Fire, right? I mean, that was a bit of a stomp at the start. This was not quite the same.
Yeah, I think for me it was rough seeing FOKUS not getting it on the attacking side, because usually it seems like FOKUS's attacking side is exactly where they shine. This time they went 6-6, which is not a terrible score, especially when you are FOKUS, who is really good on that defensive side, and I like how they ran the map. If they lost control of some situation, they pushed places like C-Long that we saw exactly in this situation. Mystic getting 2 kills there was brilliant, and then that messed up Mandatory's whole round. But in the end, it wasn't quite enough, even though I think FOKUS ran this map really well. I think Mandatory, they just adjusted, and it was enough.
And do you think there's something to say about the pistols of Mandatory here? Because they won both of them, and there wasn't much of a round score differential by the end.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that you have to take into a look, especially in this such a close map. When you are 13 and 11, you have to take into account these pistols, these small minor rounds that you would be like, it's not too big of a deal when it's a blowout. But in these kind of scenarios, it is such an important thing to win out those pistols. And once again, I mean, 3.9 KDA, that is nasty in an official. In Challengers League EMEA.
That is stupid. That is stupid. And I think that's I mean, I don't know if it is, but it seems like one of the best scores we've ever seen, you know, in its entirety in the league so far, right? That individual performance was really cool to see, because he took every fight, right? He took every fight. Wait. Zyvov has set a new kill record for this tournament, surpassing Simon Duck's previous record of 34. That is ridiculous. We've set records this game, MP.
Hey, absolute cinema. That's all I say. Almost 400 ACS, which is insane, by the way. That is insane. People get to 300 ACS, like Sus did here. But almost 400 ACS and a kill record here is amazing. That shows that Mandatory, okay, they are here to play. And their map is next. It's upcoming.
It is indeed. Now, I want to talk about that map, but I think we're going to wait a little bit longer here. But I do want to talk about how this momentum potentially allows them to potentially have a better chance coming into the next one, right? Because surely these players must be fired up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that Saivo did there, he got many multi-kills. He always lifts his team up and also kind of pushes FOKUS's mental down. It's going to be interesting to see what is happening in Pro, but we have to take a little break before that.
I think we've only just started today, right? The Challengers EMEA tournament is on fire, and this elimination match, I think, has completely burned down the house. I think both of these teams coming into this one knew there were a lot more stakes involved and really brought the fight here, MP.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandatory, really underwhelming performance yesterday, but today they came swinging. They showed, at least Cymob showed, that they can absolutely fight their way throughout this EMEA Challengers, and they are hungry for at least 4 Ascension points, because those can become very, very crucial in the end. We're gonna see this agent select, and I do think FOKUS is gonna go with a different composition, and that is exactly what we see. That composition that they have ran throughout the Dark Season, or once in the Dark Season, with the Killjoy. Killjoy and KO, I think it's a little bit outdated. You want to have that Yoru, you want to have Vice or Cypher, and the Teho bringing a lot of information as well. A little bit different composition for both of these teams.
Yeah, and it feels like Kellogg's holds on to the comfort pick of Jet, right? We saw it in the previous map as well on Haven, and look, it looked better. I feel like sure, Cypher stole the show, but Kellogg C himself started to feel a little bit more comfortable as the game progressed, you know. I think that agent is definitely a pick for this team, and maybe it makes Pearl for them a little bit more favorable here, you know, with the momentum carried from Pearl, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and Kellogg's fighting 10 entry duels, winning 8 out of them in Haven is amazing. That already shows that he's ready. Yesterday he got instantly domed in the pistol round here as well. BBL Pacific, they knew exactly what Kellogg's was doing. I don't think Mandatory is gonna play that same pistol this time around. I don't think so.
No, it feels like their mental is in a completely different state than it was against BBL Pacific, those young Turkish lads. Currently, it feels like this grudge match is going quite well for them, but even though they didn't end up winning, it was very, very close, right? So I still don't feel like FOKUS is out of the fight by no means of the conversation.
No, absolutely, but we have our casters ready. Let's take this once more into Pearl.
Let's do it, man. I'm looking forward to this. Sus doubling down on the Yoru, 25 kills on Haven, still not enough. Do we see him come up with a similar performance here on Pearl? I think FOKUS might need it. And for Mandatory, do they have a step up? Is this the Civ off show? Do we go omnibus? Does it keep on going?
I mean, that's the questions that's going to come to light here. Speaking historically as well, between the Lewis and Enzo battle we were talking earlier, Peril was a big contention point between these two. You saw FOKUS try and do different comps. They used the loud double walls comp back when it was the thing to do on it, Peril. And now they've obviously moved away from that. Metas have developed. These two players have went away, come back and seen what's been going on. And this is where it gets exciting for me, because Peril, FOKUS have played it once and they lost it.
Yeah, low-key it does feel like a similar kind of map pool to what we saw between FOKUS and Apex a couple of years ago. It warms your heart, but it hurts you at the same time to see these guys going against each other. I mean, even Mystic and Enzo, how long it's been since we saw them clash. 64 officials played together since their first campaign in Reykjavik 2022. But for both meetings where they've gone against each other, they've ended 2-0. The first win for Enzo, the second for Mystic, and right now it looks like it might be heading back in the French direction.
Yeah, and as for directions on the map, it's through middle from Art and Mandatory. I've got an eye on it. But at the same time, they've also got one eye on the B site, where they look to get that spike down fairly uncontested.
Those mid players are going to be pretty late to the fight here, as Mystic finds himself able to get out of the situation. There was no one peeking through double doors, so he just rotates back around Link, but Kellogg's in the meantime has taken the fight forwards, hip flanking, and this is just completely unexpected from FOKUS, because they thought this push was going to be coming in earlier.
Yeah, well, as they try and get things underway from the CT point of view, Mandatory, again, are just picking up players left, right and centre. Isolated, alone, no tradability, and this will be frustrating for the dark side. At least there's one back in the conversation, but all in, Mandatory have got so much time they've deposited an ace up the sleeve, a late flank to come through as FOKUS begin to get on the site.
Last player standing.
Utility here for Mikey. He's going to win it out by default. Nothing that Zus could have done. Perfect position, perfect timing. And for the player who has given so much to this team, it's nice to see him be rewarded in that situation as well. I like the slight deviation in terms of the pacing here too. Mentioned it in the mid-round, where you'd usually expect Mystic to get caught out there in Link. He doesn't, but I think it paid dividends as it crept on and on.
Yeah, for me though, I thought Valorant and Mystic were going to go and re-clear mid, which I thought would have been a nice battle to see and good proactivity from FOKUS. But unfortunately it doesn't come through. That's what ends up costing them.
Zus already 3 kills to the good, leading the way in terms of involvements in the server. Coming into this team as well, you've got to remember, as a player, someone who spent the longest time in his whole career on Mouse, moving away from that system, having to build something new. And he's kind of gone from being this op crutch that we saw all the time to someone who feels a lot more integrated rather than being made to go and like do his own thing.
I thought for a minute we were going to get that trap play that FOKUS have been good for on Haven. Would it be the same on Peril? Look, they're going for a re-clear in towards main. Alorante all on his own, has seen one. And while the Vandals are, the Vandal of Kellogg's was a little bit awry, the Bulldogs certainly aren't.
Yeah, I mean, just contacting in there, hoping you have the element of surprise, but Mandatory have men trained on the angle. You can see this knife's going to fly in, should clear out all of sight pretty much. But he has the salvos, of course, we're hanging on to that one. It's just a util to engage, be the catalyst for this push. Kellogg's at the front. Lead guarding the smoke, just waiting for something to happen. Lewis with the reveal back through. This could be decent, but it's immediately shot out and he's the one that gets spotted.
I mean, Hoodie's trying to play within the smoke, but at the end of the day, the biggest thing that's happening here is they're just dotting their I's and crossing their T's. Mandatory have been taking their time. They only lose the pistol that was on Enzo, looking to get an extra orb onto the Tejo. But at the end of the day, it's so well played. Patience is a virtue.
Oh, the utility here is really nice as well. Good catch from the observers. It speaks to how Mandatory are able to hold their nerve in this kind of situation where they're comfortable enough after that initial push that FOKUS can't really do too much more, see if any extra player was going to reveal themselves. Now coming into the gun round, we've got an Outlaw on hip, Mystic the only one within striking distance for that 140.
And just one
Quite
away
a few
from
players yet to register.
Well, I was about to just point out, Zeus is the only one close to the ultimate as well. The dimensional drift most important here, especially if they go for a retake from FOKUS's side. Imagine that is the case, considering the positions that FOKUS have taken up. The only one that's far forward is Lewis, and well, he's going to feel the hurt for that.
Yeah, just slightly through the wall. I think he'll be quite happy now that he bought those heavy shields. I think it's important to mention as well, call this a comp change, call it what you like with the Yoru coming in. This is the first time we've seen this map from FOKUS in Challengers. So, in terms of that official experience, the next step up against a team like Mandatory, where they have shown decent performances on this. I mean, I say that, they have a negative win rate domestically. Just had more time to develop it bit by bit.
Drone is down.
Hip identified, usually the luck player you'd imagine, and easily could assume on the Cypher.
Left.
Still though, players aren't moving as the take looks to get underway on the A side, but time is getting really low here.
Hip walking through the nebula. Finds himself wedged between both Hoodie and Lewis, but it's the latter who's able to find that kill. Another very late execute towards the A side of the map. Alorante trying to hold things down solo. Mystic required as support. Salvo's coming in. There is no time. Sivov can't get this plant in. As much as he was the hero of the previous, you can't do the impossible. The time works against them. And FOKUS have a foot in the door.
The 1v1 that decides the round is the one at the back of A that Mystic gets onto Kellogg's. If Kellogg's gets the kill, you allow the plan to go back side. But again, like these rounds are death by 1,000 cuts. 1v1s, luck plays, players trying to clear out by themselves and limit test. The good teams look to try and see what the setup looks like from their opponents. And with both teams being very default heavy, I guess it could change round to round. It could be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I think the way FOKUS play this defense is a lot more like Eternal Fire than BBL Pacific, for example, to use these rosters from Turkey as that benchmark. You've got a very open midsection. You're pressuring the extremities as they do so on this round. But at that cost, Mandatory have info. They're looking to try and head towards A. What they don't realize is the reaction has already been made.
Yeah, look towards Mystic again, like finding that space that you spoke about. It's what they do with it now, Mandatory. They've found their pocket to work with, but you need to get the spike down onto the site, and FOKUS have all the real estate there.
4 players moved over. Hoodie sends the stealth drone through the sewer. And looking at Hip right now, again, just walking around with the Outlaw in his hands. If he can find this kill on B, maybe the conversation is to be had to go elsewhere. We know Mandatory have liked to leave it late. A lot of ground yet to be covered if they were to explore that, as Hip has this rotation. A is where they still firmly look to be going, and now they have the site control as well. Hip's missed his mark. They're going to be a number down, but Lewis has to rotate and Mikey's got to work.
Yeah, there's time ticking away, but in that time, though, the Arc Bros will probably come up online. That's if the players were allowed to live any longer. That's not the case. It's up to Hoodie and Lewis, the two initiators, to come back in on this one. Not a belt on Hoodie, and minimal for Lewis to work with. Kellogg's already using one shots, and if he really needs to, has the blades to work at close range. As that info dart drops, Lewis knows that the angle will be a lot deeper. Sivov now isolating Lewis with that last pick. It's a 3-1 towards the French side.
Mandatory very slow, tempered in their approach, but gaining access to the A site, not as much pushback from FOKUS, and that was a really nice final kill from Kellogg's. Again, say what you like, he's a very intelligent player, and just dodging the recon there to find the final kill. He's now 7-2, so reaping the rewards of his positioning. Mandatory may just look to go back towards the other side of the map, not expecting FOKUS to go for the same play twice in a row, but in saying that, I think they might be.
Here.
Seems to be. Kellogg's, Outlaw, long range. This is where you want it to be. Lewis will be the contact, gives out that the keel was there, and now we'll see the jet, especially in the kill feed, and this is where Zeus activates, cleared out, and well, it's up to Hoodie with just a classic. He won't get a chance, not even a sniff. Is it mandatory? Look to finish this on the B side.
Oh, that's the weakness of relying on the jump spot from Lewis, because as soon as he goes down, you don't have that contact anymore. It just makes life so difficult for Zus in the corner. He gets a bit itchy. Hoodie as well. And the play falls apart. Well dealt with by Mandatory. I've really liked the way that they've approached these last couple of rounds. Safe and secure. The trades have been solid. And evidently, they've done their homework. And they've, I think, rectified a lot of the issues that we saw from their performances on these exact same 2 maps only a day ago.
It's crazy that Kellogg's is still able to hit that shot with the jump spot going away. I mean, that's the margins for error, right? Simple things, and Mandatory have time to prioritise where they want to get the ultimates up online.
It's like, yeah, you have minimal tape because BBL Pacific absolutely smashed them. But when you play against a team of their quality and you know, have that benchmark, you can kind of review what those issues are specifically. And yeah, I think they've benefited from that so far.
I think at the end of the day, the big thing to come out of this will be tape for every single team, right? That's what we've been saying from map to map, game to game. Whether the team is losing, realistically, they're not, because they have something to work with at the end of the day.
If you get an ascension point in the process here and there, game in the groups, game in the playoffs, then you're happy. That's what Mandatory will receive should they find a way to close these next 9 rounds that separate them from that first spot in the lower final.
Recovering it.
Ult Orb picked up by Mikey, and it's just yet another ultimate that they've got to work with. A royal flush for the French. Full house to work with here. Sus, one of his own on the angle, spots the shoulder. Oh, but the ultimate! The null command just denied the possibility of him TPing out mid-animation, so there will be a trade.
Players straight in, trying to get the spike down. You can see the salvos trying to get to work. All they're doing is burning out time momentarily to allow people into position and hit. Is it the perfect place to be the ace up the sleeve in the late win condition if Mandatory need it?
It's a huge 0.4 players suppressed, so now Hip knows this will be an effective flank, and not only that, they've not really done this all too often, so FOKUS can be completely caught off guard.
The player's not even looking, that's crazy. The timing, perfection. They got the Cosmic Divide invested as well, and Lewis has peeked into Mikey. What more can be said about this? Valorant looking to save a rifle, doesn't want anything to do with it. Will have a 1v1 if he wants to try and keep it. Wins that out, and that'll be that. That'll be Mandatory hitting 5, and now you're looking probably at a timeout.
I think it would make sense to do so given the conditions. FOKUS coming up on some more big ults. They invested the Cosmic Divide, but still a few to work with. The timing on this was crazy. I don't know if that's just purely reactionary from Sivov, but very well done either way. And look, Mandatory did use 4 of their own ultimates into this round as we do get the brief intermission. But I think you're happy for it because it was such a big swing round. FOKUS had barely any cash left in pocket, and now it's just going to be that one rogue rifle in the hands of Valorant to try and make a difference here.
And that's the thing though, with a team like FOKUS, a rogue rifle can be the difference. We've seen what they can do with pistols, etc. So you imagine that coming into this timeout, FOKUS will have a plan for the eco and the following rifle round, especially considering the ultimates are about to come online. So Mandatory can't be too happy. They just have to be careful that if they do start to fall, that FOKUS don't get that momentum built up, which is going to be key in these defensive rounds especially.
While we have the time, I think it's also important to mention what coaches we have in slot for either team and the credentials that each of them carry. On the Mandatory side, for Mad C, of course, it's pretty huge. 1 Ascension in 2023 with Gentlemates as their assistant coach. So that's where that little bit of extra maturity comes from, where you're kind of hoping that this is the version of Mandatory which breaks away from that curse, that can finally lock in those finals, win some titles for themselves, and build up steam throughout the year. Whereas on the other side for FOKUS, I think there's a conversation that you and I had when the roster got announced. You've got PainX, T-Pape, like guys who were working on devising alternate attacks, I believe, for T-Pape last year. Not top contenders, not working with VCT level players. It's a serious learning curve, but I have to say I'm pretty impressed with the Dax team's development so far.
I mean, you've got to be right. You've got to expect quality, especially from a team like FOKUS, and they have an idea about Lee. Just whether they expect the alley brawl that Kellogg's will win out, and Alorante, his rifle's gone. A player that you highlighted with the possibility to go and win this round for FOKUS, it ain't going to happen, and the post plant set up.
But not unless you can get the gun back, and Lewis trying to fight back through. Just not in a position to do so. Yeah, it's literally deserted out in the open. Halls stacked up. Mikey supporting with utility yet again. Hoodie can make this a little bit dangerous, difficult with the salvos, but how much more?
Player standing.
Not a lot more.
Not enough!
Just trying to get something, maybe get an exit on the way out. It will be flawless in the end. And while we're trying to hype up the dark side, it will not be. But what they will get is the ultimates back online, right? And they got a decent enough read on that last round in terms of setting up towards the B side.
This is really nice work from Kellogg's as well. Like, call it eco kills, call it whatever you like. The utility that he's got to support him taking these fights is brilliant. I mean, he dashes into his own smoke, but there's a pop flash right there waiting for him. Now 13-3. Feels kind of unkillable so far, and we spoke of Zus getting a good start. That has slowed down while everyone else on FOKUS has picked up the pace. Once again, playing with both of those initiators to take some space. This time it's towards A main as it was in the previous. Zus posted up with the op. They can focus on B. They can turn their attention there. Spike says no, though. Spike says, I want to go mid.
Or even A main. Where?
Potentially. Yeah, the sentient Spike, it's talking to him, man. It's yelling out.
But the big point here, though, is Zus's operator was just hanging in wait. And that cosmic divide was timed to perfection, because if that didn't come in, the two remaining players were walking into Zus, and he's not looking in the right place.
Yeah, the Spike calling out, man. Man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Zivos going to plant it. And get out pretty comfortably. They've still got Enzo here in post. I think he should have enough time to get the salvos back up, but he's investing his. There's an Armageddon in there to clear. A lot of real estate for FOKUS on site, but it's a vacuum. They're stuck in an echo chamber. Mandatory going to react, flashback through when the Steel Garden is used. But Hip's fighting in the smoke. Someone else isn't. I know it's Kellogg's that ends up going down. But Mandatory still win the round. That was so messy, dude.
I mean, it was very well played from Mandatory. They've been doing this a few times with their post plan, and I think that's fake. The investment of the ultimates that they use to try and pull players to that B side, and they pulled Zus away, which is the most important part. He was the difference between whether this was going to be a Mandatory or a FOKUS round, and unfortunately for him, he just got baited out by the master plan that Mandatory had built. Spot on.
Spot on indeed. 7-1, man. I mean, this is such a strong position to be in. Usually it's the team from Duck you'd expect to be leading by this kind of scoreline. At least that's what international tournaments gone by would have you suggest. You look at this one right now, though. Hoodie's got a stinger. Sheriff's on every player. I think you have to give credit where it's due to FOKUS. We know how nasty they can be. Alorante had his moment only a map ago, but when it comes to winning key eco rounds, it was Mandatory that did that. And with the knowledge in mind that they're on the weaker weapons, Kellogg's is out to kill.
He is. I think this is the thing, though, right? Like, Mandatory are calling this to perfection. And I mean, if you start to look at FOKUS as a whole, they've played, what, five best of threes now? No, sorry, 4 best of threes now, and they've only won 1, right? That's the other thing that you've got to be considering here. It's not been a great tournament from the dark side as it continues to go out with a whimper. And sorry to be harsh here, but you're expecting so much more from the dark side.
I mean, this is just so cheeky as well. Like, Mikey had no business being there in the sewers, but he takes 1 kill, slips away like Pennywise the clown into the ground beneath. And FOKUS are the ones looking like clowns right now. No, that's a little too harsh. But I think we have to see a turnaround for them here, because there gets to a point where this could start to look a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, 8-1 already is a commanding lead on the attack side. this gun round is going to mean a lot. It's the difference between Mandatory potentially finding double digits in the half and FOKUS getting themselves a platform to actually fight back into this map. Series and tournament as a whole.
I mean, the real estate's been given completely for free. On the A main side, as they look to try and line up and wait. I mean, the delay hasn't really been working at all on the A side either. Zus is holding on to B long by himself through the operator. Dimensional drift if he wants to try and escape, as well as TP. Imagine a dimensional drift will be used for a retake once it comes, but as Mandatory begin to ply their trade throughout the map, see what they can find, they won't find a lot of players. I mean, essentially this full map is being given up to them.
Doesn't feel like FOKUS have fought too heavily for art control. Maybe one round where Alorante drops the Vice Wall, but that's about it. Mandatory have enjoyed this space. Null Command is just a sign of intent, a statement made by Sivov as he continues to plow forward into the empty site. FOKUS playing for retake again. No, they're backfilling the space this time. They have bodies in the right position. They just can't duel in front of that smoke. And when it drops, it's a scary sight.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier, man. Just when you look to get excited, if you're on the Dark fan base, French, they're just doing so much better. It is 3v3 right now. It's down to a 2v1 though. Just quickly, like that, a flick of the finger. But you still got to go up against Enzo, who is the Tejo, who is a player who has so much capability in a clutch. Can wait out the utility if he wants to, but he tries to play the 1v1, and it's Lewis that wins out. There's plenty of time to get this over the line, and just when you think Mandatory have it in the bag, FOKUS open it up and steal it.
Enzo, the one usually credited for his clutches, but in this head-to-head between him and Lewis, calling, captaining their teams that we talk about so much, Lewis finally has something to say about it. He won't settle for those 7 losses, 7 series in a row he's failed to win against the Frenchman. This would be number 8, but that's how many rounds Mandatory will be held to for the time being. FOKUS getting back into this, but just as quickly as you win 1 round, you need to be doubling up. Still lots for them to play around with, and there's some pretty big ones as well.
Yeah, they are big ultimates, but the buy isn't looking great either. That's the other aspect to this game that you've got to be looking at. This FOKUS side, the defense side, have been struggling when it comes to economy.
Like Kellogg's on the Outlaw, I think, is proof in the pudding. He can read that. 3 players, light shields, has the blades, just in case he needs to give this an injection of pace.
That's a big 1v1.
Elsewhere, it's a huge fight, as you say. Hip's gonna walk in. Bullets traded both ways. Zus needed to land that shot because Hip could have had him dead in 1, but he doesn't. And that's the big point in the round because it's just set up the rest of FOKUS. As the push comes in, the numbers thin. Hoodie with lots of work to do is going to drop back. Hold his nerve with bated breath. The art space so important, but the concession has been made. Kellogg's ready for a backstab with blades. Are FOKUS aware of this?
But it's whether FOKUS win the 2v4 before we get any further forward. Well, already Mandatory have got 1 back in the conversation. Make that 2. Lewis getting some of his own. And now they need to be aware of Kellogg's coming in late, which Lewis is. And he looks to drag FOKUS closer to France. As they get so close, the gap still feels so wide.
3 bullets baptized by the Headshot King, and each and every one will find their mark. This was nice play, taking main early. Huge kill from Zus to just refocus towards A. And Lewis steps up and is counted when it is needed of him now. Last one's a little wily, but he won't care how they land. I mean, the most kills on the FOKUS side right now, 7, 3 players to that number. Mandatory have 3 players in double digits, for goodness sake. And they're coming up on having 4 ultimates here, depending on who it is that takes this orb. FOKUS will fight for it, and it's through Zus's op that they aim to do so.
They're pinged up, but it was only 1 ping, didn't get more of it. The drone being invested to see if they can get more, and the entry's got. That's Enzo gone, which has been a big part of Mandatory's game, especially in the post plan.
Portal closed. Time to jump.
Mandatory don't want anything to do with this operator either.
No, they
they've
don't. They
they've
don't.
They've left the spike there towards B. You just thought for a minute that maybe they're going to put some pressure A, come back towards the other side, but no, it's fully invested towards the A side.
Sus is the engine which keeps FOKUS going. He is their heartbeat. Lingering on the possibility of a 4th round here. That would mean so much coming into the second half. And they've got to try and win it up against the ultimates that do get invested. Cosmic Divide with the null command layered behind it. Slight little gap towards dugout maybe to listen for something against the wall, but falls on deaf ears eventually. Spike's going to go down opposite way. FOKUS priority towards connector this time. Worried about the possibility of the flank, which will not arrive. They take this space away, and it's Hip sat solo.
Right, well, the own Cosmic Divide of FOKUS has been invested while they come through, but Valorant is getting found out. Now Mandatory have to try and hold on to this site, hold on after everything that's being forced their way. The shotty gets to work, but so do FOKUS as they find their 4th on them at half and bring themselves within touching distance within the next half.
FOKUS are a team which thrive in those lower bracket conditions, and with 4 rounds picked up towards the tail end of the half, maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that they can extend this one to our decider. This first inter-regional showing of Pearl for FOKUS has been pushed to the limit. Mandatory seemingly putting them on the ropes, but all of a sudden, we have signs of life. 3 successful retakes from the defense, now flipped over to the attack. The addition of the pistol could be everything to keep Pearl going.
I think that's the big thing that you mentioned there, is if FOKUS can pick up this pistol, can they start to steamroll this momentum into the second half? They're the team to win the last 3 rounds on the first. Need to be dotting their I's, crossing their T's, because they are moving into a stack here.
So already it's time to get stuck in for FOKUS. Flash through the smoke. Zus TP's away once the reveal comes flooding back through. Mandatory quick to respond to this, and it's Sivov and Enzo that are locking it down. Kellogg's the next to get his kill. It goes back and forth, but it's a 2 versus 1. Sidestep off the stun from Alorante, but the reload is mistimed. There were a bullet or 2 left for Hip. He just didn't expect the response to be that swift. Brilliant work from Mandatory. They'll pick up yet another.
It's another round where it comes down to a scrap between the 2 teams, and it's Mandatory that come out on top, right? There's not many rounds that you could probably point to that when it gets scrappy, FOKUS come out on top. Especially on Peril.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know I'm right, so I'm going to say it. Mandatory have won every single pistol round so far in this series. They are 4-0. Definitely something to look at if you're FOKUS. In that downtime between this first and second stage, that work could begin in an hour or so's time if they're not lucky. I say lucky. If they don't lock in.
Yeah. Kellogg's has already taken main space on A, which is going to be big for later in the round if FOKUS do decide to hit towards A. They've decided to nestle themselves in mid and explore other options.
This is really nice. Just clawing away at all the space that you can get. Train of classics with just Alorante, the Black Swan as always. He wants that Sheriff and could be key in closing out this round. The positions they found themselves in already are brilliant. It's just these two traps to gatekeep the B site, couple of players in the back halls, and that rotation from Sivov is quite a ways away.
The salvos are spot on as well, though. They stop anybody getting any further forward.
30 seconds left.
And still, Lewis hasn't made any inroads towards main. The players finally get onto site, and the Bulldog from Sivov is hitting. But FOKUS have managed to clear out backside, got an upgrade or two, and that's something to work with as they start to head into post.
But no safe plant though, Cairo. It's denied for just a moment, and Mystic's got to find a way to get back on it. Shows his shoulder blades off to Kellogg's, who is creeping in closer. Dashes up, in fact, to deny the post plant and the extra money. Very well done by Mandatory. It's not the first time I've said that they get put in a sticky situation, but do all the right things, tick all the boxes to get themselves to safe ground.
Yeah, it's the position that you expect from a team as well drilled as Mandatory, or the way that they should be as well drilled, right? And again, like on top of that, like they just fundamentally are so sound, which is another point that we've already made on this broadcast. It's such a massive trait of a team led by Enzo.
And you're kind of seeing a bit of a difference here, which feels crazy to say in this elimination game. From a FOKUS side who have played matches, you know, during the off-season, they had the whole of home ground, all of that scrim time in the extra prac rooms to build up those fundamentals. Now on this round, it's that player you were talking just about, Enzo, that will open. Can't grab the rifle, but Kellogg's is there. He's scooped it up and sent them packing with the Sheriff.
Massive. Not only that, pushes FOKUS all the way back. It's still a 2 versus 3, so don't count them out. FOKUS want to try and protect the rifles, but Alorante gets caught messing about with his utility, and like that, Mandatory will manage to get a thrifty round.
No Mystic Magic this time. And the confidence from Kellogg's is ridiculous. A player who sometimes can be hot and cold, but when he's feeling it, he is feeling it. And to just go pushing that smoke with the Sheriff, not even think about trying to save the rifle on the floor, says everything that you need to know. Bonus round converted. It's Outlaw back in his hands. You've got an Armageddon if it gets that far, but FOKUS have got across the bridge first.
Enzo has the Armageddon as well for this round. That's not an ultimate that you want to be dealing with.
Kellogg's again, shoulder spotted. Would have been a death sentence for Lewis, but this isn't an area that you like to hang around in too long as a duelist. Without a bit of support, or maybe even a dash. Ooh, shot from Zus. A couple of them through the cardboard.
FOKUS have found themselves in tough positions before. It's whether they can try and fight back. And it looks as if they can! The headshot king finally comes to take his throne. But it's whether they can hold on to it for much longer. FOKUS get into post, they set up with the utility that they'd want, and they even deposit Hoodie late towards Art.
Yeah, it's just layering on the pressure from FOKUS. Mikey's so isolated in that corner with Art lost as well. Can't set up with any real safety. So Lewis finds a kill, and then the one towards Dugout, Secret. That's the one that confirms it. Now Mandatory have had their hand forced. They will be saving here. FOKUS with a thrifty round of their own to respond to the bonus. economic deficit not doing enough. If Hoodie can take Enzo's rifle, it'll be a massive win, but not too likely. That's going to be it. Focus 5. And I tell you what, Mystic is dead. Mystic is dead. Okay, good job, Enzo. Fair enough.
At the end of the day, you take what you can get what you're given. Focus, they get a chance to answer back, right? They keep this half alive a little bit longer. They're not fighting for overtime. They're still fighting for the win. Ultimates slowly starting to come online. It's whether they can get through the ultimate cycle without dropping around, which I think decides this match.
Yeah, this is a huge round as well. And with Focus coming into the year being considered a top 3 team, still wouldn't have them down as a promotion contender. You need to show some serious character. This is one of those opportunities to do it. Kellogg's has been on a tear. More than 20 kills already under his belt. Lewis looking for the reveal and the drone that will come in to clear him. Kellogg's cornered. The Welshman will walk away with his life, and the rest of Focus move into enemy lines.
Yeah, it's a crunch. The flash is perfect though, and Simbop again comes through. Clutch
Lewis
for mandatory. It's Lewis in the other direction and just in the back lines. This is topsy-turvy stuff, and it's Lewis still to keep them going. Spike though is all the way back in shops, and this turns into a deathmatch, a 1 versus 1 between both surviving players. Hip in towards mid. He's first up. Zus has to clear him. He finds the first notification about positioning and gets onto the angle first. Gets out in towards mid and upsets Hip. A big round to be winning out. And identifying a weakness that Mandatory have had.
Focus right up the guts, but Mandatory respond. Down to the 1v1. Zus plays it really well. He doesn't overcommit. He has a flash. He has a TP. Keeps his hands on the gun, pulls the trigger. Hip looking for the peeker's advantage, but he gets shut down, fluffs his lines, can't find the shot. And Focus, with that, have built up a serious bankroll in terms of ultimate economy. 4 of a kind. Kellogg's once more, but he's been suppressed. Dashes away in time. Big Jaw breaking out early. Kellogg's finding 2!
This is heartbreak. This is truly heartbreaking. I don't know if is he going to be able to escape? He is just momentarily
dash again.
with a little bit left.
Doesn't need it.
Oh my god. It's just Kellogg's up that just seems to keep hitting, and Enzo's there to finish it off. Mandatory will find map point.
Match point.
As I said, Kellogg's gets the collateral. Dash comes back up. What does he do? He just peeks him again. Doesn't even proc it. Doesn't think about it. Goes for further fights. 25 kills from the Opper. Posting the same amount of numbers that Zus got in the previous map. He's not been at the races. Neither have the rest of Focus. It's a Herculean effort that they have to pull off now to turn things on its head. And you can't help but feel that it's another Dak dream diluted.
I mean, every single time you think that Dak are going to try and give something forward, they're being pushed towards the edge. The Armageddon plays to perfection. Focus have no way in here. Well, at least you'd think so. As Hoodie gets one back in the other direction.
Mandatory running on all 6 cylinders. Enzo taking peeks like that, the sort of thing you'll get punished for. And when you go to VOD review, everyone points and laughs at the IGL because you're not the one that's supposed to be making those kinds of mistakes. 3 on 3 though. Every player on Focus with an ult, both dead and alive. But only access to those of Initiation and Mystic's Cosmic Divide as well. I mean, full belt for Lewis. Salvos will come back up for Hoodie. So much clearance, but it's this trap which is the biggest issue for them.
Clear identifier. As soon as it's broke, it's about where Focus want to go. There is the connector option though, has it? That's what they opt for.
Knowing that, like, okay, this trip is jumpable, but if one of us does it, they're going to get shot and look like an idiot, or, you know, just make a mess of it. Keep it simple, keep it clean. Over to A they go. Players draped in white and red jerseys, about to clash with that of Mandatory on spot. Hip has the cross, barely any time left in it. Last chance for FOKUS.
They have ultimates to work with here, and that's the big thing. The thing that might tip it in FOKUS's favour. But when it comes down to the rifles, it's Mandatory who come out on top and force FOKUS out of the tournament. France survive a game longer and will wait their Turkish opponent in the lower bracket final.
3 champions already eliminated as the red hammer swings down on the last. But Turkey's kings themselves, both at that first and second seed, will be waiting for Mandatory after the upper bracket final later on. But it's a performance to remember for them, coming into their opponent's map pick of Haven, learning from some of the mistakes they made yesterday, and on to Pearl, more of the same, their own choice, looking a whole lot better in EMEA right now, with a 66% win rate than it has done domestically.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic. As for FOKUS, plenty to think about, and well, plenty for our analysts to think about as we chuck it over to them to find out what they thought about that series.
Mandatory haven't had a 2-0 the entire year, and now they finally have gotten one for a spot in the top 3 of Challengers EMEA.
That is very convincing, and I think the last round speaks volumes on how comfortable Mandatory was in making plays. That really aggressive Armageddon coming through from Enzo. I don't think we saw that Mandatory yesterday. They were really saving up the ultimates for retake and kinda fumbling around with that as well, but this was a whole different game from them, really comfortable. Kellogg's was popping off as well in this match, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm really happy to see this Mandatory because they have to face Eternal Fire again, or rather BBL Pacific again, or Eternal Fire after this game. But I think they have what it takes when we go there again.
Yeah, I feel like it's a change of form. I mean, we knew that, you know, Mandatory, their ceiling is tremendously high, but they couldn't really often find that ladder, right? But now we finally had an entire series where they've been playing their best, and it looks convincing. The thing is, we kind of want to see that more, right? Make sure that it's replicable, right? And when it comes to that final match, or potentially the next couple of matches that they do play, that they're able to do it over and over again, and no matter the opponent. But that was a beautiful game, and it's safe to say that Kellogg's had a lot of confidence on that Jet.
Yeah, Kellogg's throughout this series really comfortable with the Jet. 12 entries in total, 4 here. Didn't get to do much work in the defensive side, I feel like. I think it was a lot taken back from these other players, and they didn't get to play full defensive side. But amazing performance on Kellogg's. Amazing performance throughout the whole team. And I felt that Hip even was really comfortable in those lurking positions. I think this whole Mandatory roster, this whole team, they were so comfortable in playing mid, making those plays, making plays by themselves as well, and calling a lot of those plays as well. That's what it felt like on the server.
Yeah, it really did. And then when you look at the other side, your boy Lewis, he really tried to, you know, hold this team there. But how much really grip strength can one person have throughout an entire series, right? It's not going to be enough by the end, calling and playing as well at that level, MP. But overall, you know, is this a lackluster FOKUS? Was this just not them having a good day of Valorant today?
I think it was kind of both. Mandatory, they took such a strong grip at the start in Haven, and we talked about this. Pistol rounds, they are so crucial. FOKUS couldn't win a single pistol round. All they could have gathered was that second round that they got on the second half of Haven, but then again, it was completely taken away in the side of Mandatory on the defensive side when they won actually their bonus round, and that completely destroyed FOKUS's comeback potential in this map as well. And we don't talk about pistols enough, I think, because in these type of matches, especially in Haven that we brought up, it's gonna be crucial. If you lose a pistol round, especially if you lose 2 pistol rounds, it's gonna be terrible. But I do have a round. I do have a round showing how Mandatory was here, and how the small little intricacies. Hip he has placed himself in a really comfortable position. On a flank, he's already deep in sewers. 4 versus 4 situation, not comfortable for either side. It's really, really intricate how you play this flank. Let's just play this round forward and see how the round plays out, and I show you the one crucial thing that Mandatory did that actually won them the round. That 4-man knife tag was insane. That was insanely well. That allows Hip to move forward because he knows no one's watching him. Starting to go forward, but you kind of saw the KO juggling the fragment there. Cyvop, he wants to play the fragment, but the call comes. No. Enzo is like, don't play the fragment, play a flash. And look at this. Armageddon coming through. You have to check the map. That means Hip is going forward, and when we go to full screen, the Armageddon has placed a perfect position for Hip to absolutely demolish this retake and completely take FOKUS out of the situation. If they would have played that fragment instead of the Armageddon, that wouldn't have played so much for Hip. But that Armageddon goal there was crucial for the whole round, and that was a swing round as well. Mandatory investing 4 ultimates there, went on to win that round and the second round after that, and placed FOKUS on a timeout as well. And I'm gonna be honest, rounds like that, the small little details that you might miss in a round like that, they can absolutely make or break it.
It's really, really interesting, and we'll get to hear from a mastermind himself. Enzo will be joining us on the broadcast for an interview. Look, Enzo, why did we have to wait so long to see a 2-0 from you guys this year?
I have no clue, guys. It's been a long time, no? Long time no see 2-0. I don't know, but I have listened to your analysis about the Armageddon. That's the name of the Terror ult, right? And it's actually very precise. It's actually what happened. The knife gave space to Hip, and then we had an option for the post plants, and I told them, I'm gonna ult now. They can be in pit. And I told them the only place they can be is pit on the right, which made my KO realize, okay, if they can be only here, then I'm gonna flash, let's fight them together. And basically we were, all 4 of us in different places were actually connected. So your analysis was very precise. It's exactly what happened.
I mean, I think that's amazing to hear. I mean, I kind of want to take it back to yesterday, but today was amazing. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it felt like compared to yesterday, you were more comfortable, and your players, you as a whole team, were more comfortable in making plays. Did something change today compared to yesterday, apart from the team that you played against?
The opponent changed. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, the opponent changed. Yeah, we were more explosive, more focused on trading each other and fighting a little bit better. And I called in a little bit more like simple things. But apart from that, mostly the opponent changed. And yesterday was actually, we lost the game, but we were like, okay, we lost together. They were better. Let's step it up now. And I think, frankly, that's the chance we have to be like the fact that we are in these playoffs as a team and we can face a lot of different teams. It's gonna make us grow. So I'm happy and grateful for that. It's actually good.
Yeah, you've obviously been through this journey before. We're very well aware of how this has gone. So nice to see the experience from knowing this is a process. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon, be implemented. But knowing that this is a learning experience, what helps you be more prepared against playing, you know, your next opponent, a Turkish team, potentially the Pacific or Eternal Fire? What makes you even more prepared for that?
I mean, we know we have to step it up individually. The intensity of the game is slightly different. They are much closer to a VCT level. Take BBL Pacific, put them in VCT right now, and they would compete. Like, I'm dead serious about it. So you can see it in practice as well. Some teams in VCT don't have the intensity that BBL Pacific is showing, because they are quite fast at making decisions, which is great. I like that. And now it's up to us to learn and adapt and like be ready for the intensity and the speed they have. That's it. Nothing else.
Brilliant, Enzo. Thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck with your next matches.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. See you soon.
Thank you, Enzo.
It was a bit of a jump scare when I heard that Enzo would be joining us on the broadcast. Not because it's a bad thing, but we weren't really expecting to have him on the broadcast with us. But I'm so glad we did, right? Because he gave us the insight to what you were saying earlier, MP.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad I got my analysis right. But I always love to hear from Enzo. I think he's a
nice.
I think he's a really great analytical mind, and I always love to hear the intricacies that he has in his gameplay and small little detail that goes into a round that can absolutely make or break it, like I said, and that absolutely made it for mandatory. Multiple those type of plays, and obviously Cyvop, Kellogg's, everyone popping off was a helpful thing for them, of course.
For sure. Now, this is only the first match of the day. There is another nail-biting one, which is for the spot into the finals. BBL Pacific take on Eternal Fire to see who can make it there first.
Listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes this pain!
We are challengers.
Welcome back to Challengers EMEA, everybody. It's time for the matchup that will take a team into the finals. It's the Turkish matchup, as we've only seen dominance from this region. So many wins. I don't think we've seen a loss yet from Eternal Fire or BBL Pacific across their journey. And looking at the bracket of playoffs, it has been, a complete stomp, hasn't it, MP?
Yeah, absolutely, and you should get used to seeing these teams face off. Even in this tournament, they could face off again after this match. I think this might become like an El Clasico of Turkish Challengers League or something like that. It's gonna be amazing what this match is gonna bring to us. A lot of fast-paced Valorant, I would imagine.
Completely. I completely agree with that. Now, you have to look at the parallel between these two players because they have both picked up players from HAL, who did get a fourth place finish in Challengers Turkey last year, as well as a second place finish. It's Kruen and EMEA, but they join completely different teams, right, MP?
Yeah, absolutely. Kruen replacing Selasun in the BBL Pacific roster that almost went to Ascension and VCT. They had that game against Apex 2 and 3 in the final. That was a amazing run, but now they have Kruen on the roster. I think that brings a lot of firepower on the roster, a lot of support on the side, defensive side, and then you have EMEA on the other side as well. Amazing performance yesterday. I think EMEA in Fracture is one of the best players that we see throughout this Challengers League.
Yeah, and for BBL Pacific, I feel like you can already see the quality carried on from last year, right? They already got that second seed spot. The runner-up position in Ascension, getting to the finals, but getting that extra piece, getting that extra leverage, it felt like they're just continuing that journey from there. We heard it from Enzo as well. They look like a VCT tier team, and that's what you really expect from a roster like this, right? Given the fact that they got so close to ascending last year overall, and the fact that they are so young, it just shows that maturity is coming in, and it's helping them perform even better than last year.
Yeah, it's actually funny you mentioned that VCT type of team, because 3 of their players can't even compete in the VCT circuit right now. So what are they going to be after this year? They're going to be insane. Obviously, the talent, they could absolutely go there. I think this talent has amazing potential. And Loitza even on the roster, 17 years of age, seems like a very, very smart, well-mannered person there. I think it's amazing to see what these players can offer. And the average age of these teams, 18.4. The youngest player of Eternal Fire is 19 years. So there's a difference in age, definitely, between these two teams.
And that's EMEA, the new addition, right? The sort of rookie, I'd say, still an ex-HAL player, like we mentioned earlier, but like you said, enters a completely different roster. A team of experience, prestige, respect within the Turkish Challengers community, and to be fair, one of the favorites coming into this year as well, right? The fact that both these teams are coming from this Turkish region doesn't make it easy for them, although it's great competition. It's a little parallel that you can look at and see this is the old guard versus the new guard of BBL Pacific. And I'm loving that there are so many different players, but are also playing at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have followed the VCT Challenger scene in 2021, 2022, you already know at least 3 out of these 5 players. Izzy and Bray, they played in the Supermassive Blaze roster. Even Siderax was added to the roster for EMEA Challengers Journey and EMEA Promotion. But I think one of the most important key parts that we have to take a look at is this final that happened in Turkey. It feels like sometimes Eternal Fire, they are really, really slow to start. I could even say that their fire starts a little bit slower than BBL Pacific, and today they don't have the possibility on dropping out 2 maps.
No, they don't. It's a best of 3, albeit getting a 2-0 in the group stage. Their result looked a little bit closer than BBL Pacific. They had to go to overtime in their first matchup against FOKUS. So we'll see how this one goes. If payback will be sweet. It's not the penultimate match. We could very much see both of these teams making it to the final as well. And I think for many, it's already been a prediction, right? But we're already starting to see some bans as we see what maps these teams decide to play on.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Obviously, a Fracture, yeah, you kind of want to take it away. Eternal Fire, I felt like they were really strong in that. Lotus, it's not quite surprising. I wonder where Eternal Fire is gonna go here, because they haven't dropped a single map throughout this tournament. A split, well, I do like that pick for Eternal Fire. I do enjoy their split. They have yet to lose a single split in this tournament or throughout this whole year. 7-0 is the track record for them there.
Well, we see BBL Pacific put Bind away, Eternal Fire get rid of Pearl, and Haven to be our decider. Okay, that'll be an interesting one. I mean, it's hard to play a veto against BBL Pacific, given that they've pretty much been doing well on every single map that they've got. So yeah, that's going to be a difficult one. But, you know, does this change your point of view here, MP? Do you think some team might have the edge off of the veto?
I mean, not off of the veto, but I do think BBL Pacific, they are definitely in the driver's seat, especially when we go into Lotus. And we talk about momentum quite a lot. When you go to your first map pick, your comfort pick, if you can get that momentum going on, it's gonna be huge. And Comeback, one of the better Neon players. Obviously, you have Kushner on the other side, who was one of the best Neon players in Neon meta, has switched up to that race. But it's gonna be interesting to see the composition difference here, because Tejo is really strong in Lotus. BBL Pacific, they don't really want to go for the Tejo. They want to go for fast-paced pushes. They want to have a lot of Breach Sova utility supporting that Comeback's Neon.
It's looking really impressive overall, however you put it. So it's going to be a tough fight for Eternal Fire to try and keep on top here against this very young, aggressive, confident roster. It's not going to be easy, is it, MP?
No, absolutely not. And honestly, I think BBL Pacific, they have to look somewhere for the experienced voice. And I think you go to Key, their coach. It's definitely something where you look to 31 years old. It's gonna be amazing to see what this roster can do. But I don't think we quite seen BBL Pacific be heavy underdogs in any match, which would be really interesting to see if Eternal Fire actually takes on the lead. Obviously, you want to vote in that poll, see whether BZF or EF is gonna take this. I would put my points to Pacific, I think, here.
Okay. Yeah, I see why you're saying that. Yeah, they've got a track record of winning, sure. What excites me is that Eternal Fire know they can win, and they know they've got experience to back it up. Right, that's what you're looking at here for Eternal Fire, that they believe that they've got this. Obviously, they're going to believe, but the fact that BBL Pacific has got this aura around them of being the top of the region is something that will have to be in their brains. But let's get ready for this one, because the Turkish showdown is about to begin.
I couldn't be more excited for this series that we've got coming up. A blend of both the old and the new, the next generation of Turkish talent up against those names which have been forgotten along the wayside but picked up, put into this Eternal Fire tide and looking for revenge.
Yeah, the crazy thing about these two is it's actually the new guns, the young guns that have been together the longest compared to Eternal Fire, who have been building themselves up over this off-season into now their first EMEA Challenger split. On that first cast, I said to you, I think this will be an all-Turkish final. We're a few games away, but it's looking likely.
Yeah, look, I'll put my hands up. I know when I'm beat. We've seen it so far from Eternal Fire, really bringing the heat in this competition when many people would have written them off, overlooked them, myself included, and having this be a Pacific-dominated conversation, as it has felt like so far. Pacific pitching that course for promotion, chasing back-to-back inter-regional finals, a feat only achieved by Apex so far, and now in this all-Turkish upper final, Turkey having two horses in that race. Who is it that comes out in front?
Between these two teams, they have played each other 4 times since the off-season. And on top of that, but in the past 10 maps between these two, Pacific have won 8. Eternal Fire have only won 2.
4 meetings. Now with a 5th for the spot in the first ever Challengers EMEA Grand Final. Pacific on the attack, on their map pick, of which they have looked so dominant so far. They won it in the Grand Final. They're gunning for it again here. Nice setup by Eternal Fire. Brave on the other side of that door with the Paranoia, just not in the position to activate this crunch. Only a moment away.
No, straight through into it. Pacific don't want anything to do with it though. And in the meantime, look at Rose. All the real estate that he's bought. So much. And now all the rest of the roster are here to support.
Spotted by the cam early doors. It's done a double shift. Izzy living his life backside. Good for now. Not able to sidestep Paranoia as the utility comes in from Pacific. They're just going to get shut down immediately. Double from Izzy. Brave there as well. It's a flawless finish to the pistol round, whether we know it or not. We do now, it's confirmed. Eternal Fire in front.
Brilliantly played all in, and on top of that, the flood back in. The delay that Eternal Fire were able to buy was absolutely brilliant. And just to touch on it, this was a map that came up in that grand final between these two as well, which Pacific won 13-5.
As I said it before, it's looked pretty damn good for them so far. Starting out on the attack side as well, we remember all too well how our representatives Enterprise from Northeast fell so quickly. 21 kills for comeback inside the first half with a sniper in his hands. Yet Kushner will begin this one. It's a kill onto Loiter, no smokes. That vision blocker missing is just going to make him all the more dangerous with this Marshal.
It's a player who's been lights out in this tournament. A real reason why Eternal Fire are flawless so far. Yet to drop a map in EMEA Challengers.
You have to remember, it's also former BBL, so as he was dispensed for that next set of players coming in and the next generation in front, seems to have done enough so far. Comeback, what can he do? It's a difficult one to try and attempt, but 3 headshots and nearly 3 kills. Side of stopping it. Eternal Fire getting away with most of those guns.
That's the big thing. They lose a couple, like a Marshal and a pistol. I don't think they'll really hate that too much. And the fact that they've got 3 rifles and can probably force a pretty dangerous bonus. All in all though, the way that Eternal Fire were playing this, they pushed up that A main, gave the passive information, or the active information, apologies, towards the C anchors that, well, most of these players probably will be in C mount. Allows Kushner just to stand up strong, stand up tall and be counted.
Huge opportunity with the bonus. It is so strong. 4 rifles here. Leon, it's the cam that's going to spot 4 players towards Mount, so great information for Eternal Fire in that initial exchange. Izzy will be stunned, but he can live a little longer with the utility, and actually, BBL Pacific have been shown away from this site.
Brave, pushing the issue. He's been sitting on top of A main from before, but because this trap is so deep, he's allowed to get a kill and get out.
So smartly played by Brave. He's not going to make a rookie mistake and go for any more here. Drops back to a deeper line of sight. That smoke will have been spotted, and now the player itself, Paranoia on the jump up. Rose goes down. Brave taking more names and dipping out. This bonus is looking very healthy. And if Kushner could add fuel to the fire, may just have finished it there. Not going to happen, and now it's Kreven, actually, that they start to look towards on C again to be a distraction or maybe find an opening.
Well, he's held the players rotate away, and the spike's being called back. You can see that they're thinking about it. They'll rock the player in hold, and Loiter being moved into position of lurking late through B.
Kreven's got such a good position here, so just taking it up, bookmarking the space. Rest of BBL Pacific now going to walk on up.
10 seconds
Eternal
left.
Fire will come into a retake, but they have recovered that final rifle onto Brave. He's 8 points of health. Paranoia expended early. Someone without utility is also Loiter. Got to go down swinging. That's the first, and a difficult clear if you want to follow that up.
Don't want to follow it up though. They don't want to go anywhere near it. Leaving it to go and taking their time coming back in, which will be a real issue for Eternal Fire here as they burn through to get on their own time to get onto the spike.
Yeah, a couple of flashes left on Anima. Fault line now available. That goes into the corner to Larrock, but his position yet to be checked and walks away with the kill. Kreven in support, laying down suppressive fire on his former teammate. And so Brave with 8 points of health is the one required to clutch. That's far out of his wheelhouse. Larrock locking it down. BBL Pacific have arrived in the upper final.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I was getting deja vu from the Turkish Grand Final because it went 4-0 on Lotus towards Eternal Fire straight away. They've been able to stop that happening when it looked going to go all of Eternal Fire's way. We head back in to watch what will be a rifle versus rifle round and a real swing round between these two rosters.
Both you and I will remember the Lotus that we casted, lower final against CGN.
God, yeah.
How good Larok looked there on the breach. This is his comfort pick despite the duelist he's been playing. Utility will be key to cut up these angles on the way in. They walk in dry, it's straight to Brave. That's his first, and it's the breach the opposite way that tees up the second. But the follow through is weak, and so BBL Pacific recover 3 on 3.
Just a moment, a pause again. BBL Pacific like to do this, change up their pacings throughout the round, mid-round, take their time. I mean, that's what won the last round. Could be for this one as well. As you look to head back towards C, deja vu from the last round as well. And a deep trap to give away any sort of information which Eternal Fire can move upon.
Not sure if he'd quite heard the first player. They're just going to go for it now. No point jumping over it. Izzy's not going to fall for that. Set up here. Low HP on Larok. That's a kill you'd want to love to try and find, because if he can plant the spike, that's going to be the ult. Izzy over the top, round the corner. They don't know where to look. Izzy able to shut down the C site himself, taking up this role of Cypher with some serious quality.
Yeah, I mean, putting a little bit of sauce into the round, winning a 1v3 on site alone. I mean, even just getting one is magic, but to get both players, I know LaRock is low, is top draw. And with that, puts his team into a prime position because Pacific Spy has been broken. Even though they have ultimates to work with, Eternal Fire just have to try and suffocate any chance of Pacific growing a flame to work with.
While we're here, okay, Larok has immediately demanded the attention. Izzy one back, fight's breaking out almost as soon as the barriers drop. Krevin has found a cute timing out on B. He can wrap around and backstab towards the C site. That's where BBL Pacific will start to look. This is where their priorities have lied. The re-clear in the mid-round from Cider is nice, but Izzy should have no idea about this one. And they're just going to catch him in rotation instead. That's the door open, and they go in through B.
I was wondering if Anima was thinking about going for a quick peek, try and be hot on the heels of his opponent. It's not going to happen. Instead, he's going to go through door, and Rose is there for the taking.
Oh, but you have to win this fight if you're Anima. That's the Hunter's Fury gone. The foundation for Post now lost, and it's on to the Captain Cider in the clutch. Gonna lose it out. Minimal investment from BBL Pacific, maximum reward.
Big stuff indeed. I mean, we're only a Marshall and a couple of sheriffs that I think being brought through. You see Eternal Fire, they are eager to try and fight these, try and take it on the front foot. And BBL Pacific, being that next generation of Turkish talent, you can see that they have that ability and that heads up to be, you know what, let's just take a minute, take it slow, support each other.
As I said before, when that defensive enterprise went knocking, the last time we saw them play Lotus, they entertained the duels. He got clapped for it. I mean, BBL Pacific, one which you always have to show your best face against. You have to be confident, but you can't be complacent at the same time. So many rounds we've looked towards Kushner and Izzy on this C site. They've had a brilliant start to the map up until this point. Once again, Eternal Fire will be relying on them to stop this push in its tracks.
I mean, the fact that Eternal Fire are so far up on A should indicate again that Eternal Fire are under siege on C, and they've got confirmation. Kushner tries to take his time lining up the shot, and it's not pretty whatsoever. Spike will be able to go down in prime position for main, and I don't know what else to say about that one.
Dude, it's so chaotic. Rose does the damage onto the play. He's like, I'm going to shoot you like a deer. It's time to get hunting. I mean, so many times Eternal Fire have been that deer in headlights, and the light at the end of the tunnel has instead been oncoming traffic. No rest for the weary, and I don't think they're going to get away out of this round with all too much either. It is a kill back for Brave. Cider turning the door in the meantime, but the util does the talking. Larot backing it up with results. Another 3K on this left-hand side that he'll walk away with. And Creven to apply the finishing touches. That's the equalizer. As quickly as Eternal Fire get in front, BBL Pacific respond.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you would expect from a roster of this quality, to be favourites. Yeah, it's crazy. And then it's the timing on Kushner as well. Like, you're like, he's trying to take his time lining it up. Man, it's horrible. But like at the same time, you expect the quality of BBL Pacific to put up with any scrappy sort of round that gets put their way.
And while we can speak about Rose for a second, I think the difference in terms of what this team sets up like as well is that he is just hard calling these attack rounds. When you have so many teams as well, the IGL a bit more mixed, come back, trying to do something by himself, Loiter trading out.
No way.
He is offering that set strategy. He's disengaged from C this time. Cushion is a difficult clear.
At least one player going to go here. No, he's done it somehow. Looking for the second and gets it as well. That's the thing about Kushner. You ask the question and he will give you the answer. And the answer is 4 kills in this round and a 4th round for Eternal Fire.
That's brilliant from Kushner. Doing pretty much everything by himself, up in hand on the raise. And another one of those players which has jumped from role to role, and I think as well, one of the biggest differences I've seen in the identity of this Eternal Fire team as it's been shaped from that Monsters Reloaded event to Homeground to the Turkish League and now EMEA was the step away from Chamber and into a bit more of a balanced comp where you're getting a lot of Breach Teho where, you know, that's what you've committed to. Kushner was that Chamber player. Back with the op again, he's one of the first responders to this B site.
I mean, Comeback's being used to fight behind Brave's TP back. He doesn't know where he is, and well, he'll find out now. Is he? Another player who's under siege and calling for support in the form of Anima. By the trip, Loiter goes and manages to almost sidestep the Rolling Thunder heading his way. And as the players try to walk into sight, it's Anima that gets one. Immediately traded though. Look how active the players of BBL Pacific are on the site. And Kushner coming back in with that dreaded up. He won't get more than anything. Cider, he's looked at the situation, the slop that's been left in the kitchen and thought, you know what, I'm not cleaning that up.
No, definitely not. Player of his experience and tenure coming into this team to lead what is a mixed bunch, as I said before, a blend of old and new. Anima, 19 years of age, the youngest of them. The only real remnants left from that initial Howl roster signing.
Yeah.
Zeus leaving to pursue other paths. The coach, Jonsip, alongside them. But ultimately, a completely new team, as I said before. One which have consistently been the underdogs against BBL Pacific, and you can see why. They just have so much individual quality, and it kind of goes back to the point I was trying to set up about Rose as well. He has the least ACS of any player in this tournament. Any player at all. But it doesn't matter when you've got 4 players in front of you and you've got a brilliant head on your shoulders to just set up the plays, set up the pieces, which can get the absolute maximum from your individuals.
And the individuals on both sides of the server have shown up time and time again. Brave is always a fun one to watch for me. One who always seems to come through and come back. Another Brave though, he's trying to send it on, and speaking of these two, it's a big 1v1. The paranoia plays to perfection, but so is the relay ball. It's the shorty who wins out the duel more than anything.
Feels like every single fight you take against Comeback on Lotus is under his terms and conditions. Oh, you want to go up close? Here's the shorty. You want to play at range? I have an operator. Almost half of his kills last time out were from the sniper, and I think he might have another chance here. A boatload of damage from Anima's Judge, but still left standing. It's the rest of BBL Pacific you've got to look to make this happen, because Eternal Fire are thinning out that herd.
Yeah, Rose and Laroque were thinking of going elsewhere. You could see the space that Krevin was being allowed towards B, but instead it's back towards A. And it's a Judge at long range that just will not get much effectiveness at all. Spike going down with relative ease as well.
Ambitious, really, from Anima. He was in such a difficult position, hands tied, needed the info, couldn't get it. Now Cushion is dropping in, still has the nade. There's barely anything to combine this with. Plants on the corner, but Izzy's now gone. Round should be all but done, and it's Rose that will close. BBL Pacific, that's the lead restored.
Yeah, what else could you really expect from that? Yeah, I mean, from the start, like, when it comes down to it, this is our first Turkish versus Turkish team matchup, right? All Turkish game, and it's living up, because in terms of the scraps and the individual fights, it's a bit carnage, isn't
it? yeah, it is. It definitely is. I think looking historically as well, you wouldn't have seen a Turkey v Turkey game at an inter-regional event, because we weren't sending multiple seeds. So, as you say, it's a first for everything. I'll tell you what isn't new. Come back with this Outlaw. Something that he did brilliantly against Enterprise as well was just pick this up, even if they had an op, get rid of it. Just not allow Eternal Fire to pick it up on the ecos and play it against you. Maximum punishment. Rose goes first in, bit of a bait. Larrock follows it up, and here's comeback with his stupid Outlaw to just stop you having any chance.
That's kid, man. Every single time you see it, like, and it's always the most ridiculous of kills, and right?
Literally, watch him sell this and buy an operator in the next round. Sell the operator and buy the Outlaw again, just because he doesn't want Eternal Fire to have it. It's petty. But it's pretty effective.
It reminds me of like the kid who brings the ball to the park, right? He's like, well, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. Instead, this time it's the op and the Outlaw.
It's just ridiculous stuff. And as I said before, Rose, not exactly risk averse, always running in, causing issues, and setting up the rest of his team. Like, I don't think he cares all too much to be going down in a lot of these situations.
Yeah.
As I said before, you're just setting up everyone else.
I was just like, for a second there, reminiscing about the first time that we saw BBL Pacific playing. Do you remember it, Hazza?
I do. It's back in Ascension, that was at what, 13-2 against Ultimates, something like that?
Yeah. I remember before the series even started, speaking to some Turkish talent, they said, I don't think that these guys are going to be the ones to represent us and take it home. Well, look where they are now, taking everything home. No response, nothing.
Cage triggered.
Couple kills either way. BBL Pacific again found themselves at an advantage, but now it's all even. And Zyder has to try and protect the B site, which he doesn't do successfully. Allows BBL Pacific in, and the spike point potentially to be planted.
That's the question. Do they want to do this or go one step further and move towards C? As I said before, about half of the post plants we've seen so far from BBL Pacific have been over towards this side of the map. They're going to gut it out, knowing as well that Izzy has been playing towards A, and with his headwear removed, that's the information for Eternal Fire. Brave in a great position early on. He's just here to stop any kind of aggression.
So low. This shorty could be enough, especially at the range closing. You can see Brave dancing with the idea of going into the smoke, but now BBL Pacific thinking about main. And as he's been seen, Brave combines. Paranoia can't come in, but it's whether they fight comeback or comeback will fight Drew! Oh man! If you want to depend upon anybody, it's got to be the Star Duelist.
Last round in the half.
Comeback is just ridiculous. The movement is insane. I mean, round started off not in the best of positions for BBL Pacific. I mean, they did find that double entry towards B, but it's this response from Cider, which is everything. Caught in the crossfires, and then on the jump shot, quick stun out in the smallest of small windows you have to get that off. Re-peeking back through, confident as ever.
Go, go, go!
He will not miss. Final round of the half now. Eternal Fire need 5.
They do. That's what they got the last time these two played on Lotus. And well, it looks like they could have the chance to. Instead, it's the salvos that do the work rather than Brave's rifle, although when it's introduced, it definitely gets maximum effectiveness. Able to escape as well and keep that utility alive for the rest of the round.
BBL specific were thinking he might have TP'd behind them, but it's this site defense now you've got to worry about. Rose again jumping in as the bait. It works perfectly. Got to be brave. Got to be big. But it isn't. Fall short, 2-on-2.
Well, you've still got Anima's full belt to come back in on Hazza to work with, but Rose has gone walkies.
There's the bullets from the gun instead, 4 HP, and now we look to Rose at being the saviour of this round. Kruin can hold them as long as he likes, but it's Rose with the backstab. The killing blow. Anima walking back into a 1 versus 2 against the team which he's only ever been able to beat once. 7 appearances, 6 losses.
1 enemy remaining.
But no less than 30 kills in every match he's played. This is his chance. Stun onto Kreven, up over the top against his former teammate. It's a clutch by a whisker from Anima, doing what he needed to do against BBL Pacific with 0.3 seconds to spare.
I mean, there's not much you could put into that. It is the exact same scoreline between these two on the half, but it's whether we can see an overturn from Eternal Fire or will it be the same scoreline after the half.
Deja vu as the Turkish teams have doubled into the upper final, an opportunity to take this first map for BBL Pacific in a similar fashion to the final. But Eternal Fire showing signs of life right at the end to their attack side. It's more of the same. A util dump, but 4 players on the defense ready to greet them.
Just a quick note before we go any further. The last time, again, that grand final, I know we've been talking about it a lot, but it's a key point. BBL Pacific won every single defense round from here on forth. There needs to be a change here if Eternal Fire are going to come back.
You want to break away from that trend of which Eternal Fire, the core of Howl, have consistently been on the receiving end. Only 2 maps won in the last 10. This looking just as close as the rest, really. Started off decent, back towards A now. BBL Pacific have peeled away. Rose to try and fill the gap, but he's already been noted by the queue of the cage. Up close is Izzy, bearing on down, but the captain stood his ground. And with that precious real estate, Flood back out towards the grass position, but it's the deep lurk of Brave that has to go big. Ghost in his hands, he's gonna drop. Next player's up inside the site is Kushner and Anima. Both of them trying their best, but they will fall. BBL Pacific pick up where they left off. an 8th round off the back of the pistol.
I love that we've been seeing a little bit of rivalry between these two. You're seeing the spamming of bodies, you're seeing them going at one another. Obviously there's probably a little bit of banter between the two, but all in, BBL Pacific lights out in this pistol round. Again, it's a phrase that I use a lot about dotting your I's and crossing your T's, because they're paying attention to the small details in the round. The fact that they clear out the lurker, the fact that they play together. BBL Pacific, as Enzo said earlier, are VCT quality.
That's the word on the street. And as I said before, if they win this series, it's back-to-back finals for the back-to-back Turkish champs. First of their kind. Such a volatile region, yet they're able to find consistency. This next round, where Eternal Fire want to get chaotic with it, they have a little extra money from the spike plant, but that's as far as it goes. The Guardians are the safe pair of hands that should stop this. Anima's classic goes off though. And now it's a 3-on-2. Sire as well. They're peeking into 2 players. What am I seeing? Come back to save it. The Outlaw versus the Guardian. It goes only one way, but I have to say, Eternal Fire can be pretty happy with the damage.
More than happy, mate. You destroy everything that was there. I think as well, we actually saw the Outlaw being switched for a Guardian there instead. All in. I mean, Eternal Fire, I don't know how they make the pistols work like they do, but they've been hitting like normal guns.
Yeah, I think Comeback looking at his position right now towards A, maybe thinking about the spam instead. Easier to do as they have been smoked off early on. Again, 4 players towards this side of the map. BBL Pacific knowing that Eternal Fire like to play into this area the same way they did on C on their attack, and with the door turned, Rose releases the arrow, but to no response, no reveal, not until Anima's shown.
Quiet now. Well, this is another thing. BBL Pacific's pistols can work just as hard as what Eternal Fire's can, as the rifles try to get to work and do so successfully. There you have it. And now Krevin has to come back in from the back lines. Players are low. And as he's Outlaw, will put Krevin even lower. I mean, you've got 2 players within body shot distance there. That was a spicy round.
Every round's a spicy round, dude. I was telling it to you at half-time. The viewers at home won't know, but it's like every single time the barrier drops, the bullets are going off. And this is a brilliant stun just for the reclear from Brave. Something we have to credit Anima for, as he is the engine which keeps this Eternal Fire team going, is his ability to assist, not just frag out, is why he is so valuable. Second highest in that assisting metric per round of any player in the competition right now.
Straight away. Oh my god, hello. Brave tried to beat the mark, and Moses even got one better. The fact that second bolt doesn't clear towards B, and Krevin's under siege, BBL Pacific know they need to get a move on. A foot race to try and support the last 2 remaining players on the C side. And I mean, by the end of it, before they even get there, the round's been won.
Great work from Krevin to annihilate the threat. The player who signed on with Eternal Fire in what would have been like July last year.
Yeah.
And then hopping ships to this project with the vacancy of Jellison. An upgrade, I think it's fair to say. Can already see how involved he is in a lot of these rounds. Relied upon solo towards C. And everyone else doing their job. Really weird buy here. It is literally just what? Vandal in the hands of Izzy. Has some extra credit. Happy to go for it. Duelist mentality in the body of the Cypher. Kushina to satchel in.
It's already in. The Stinger, in the end, finally gets the kill. Remember, still got an advantage towards Pacific, and with comebacks here, you know he's going to get some sort of value, although he gets caught out. It's Krevin who gets most of the work done. Back to a 2v2, and Loiter is very low on HP. So you've got to depend on Rose here. Spike still to make its way in.
Just held at a bit of a deadlock. Brave has managed to beat the defense,
Oh,
find
no.
a gap in the armor. Rose still phantom in hand, has an idea, and now he's aware of it.
enemy
That's the
remaining.
gun barrel, betraying Brave. 2v1 for Cider. Only a pistol in his hands.
And a full belt of utility on Pacific, it doesn't get easier. I mean, the fact that you've got an owl drone there as well to clear out is unbelievable. At this stage in the round as well.
30 seconds left.
An in-game leader who brought experience from under BBL's best. Aslan leading him forward, but can't channel the spirit of the Lion here. It's Rose, which will beat his chest. Beat down Eternal Fire as BBL Pacific managed to find themselves 11 rounds. Cairo, context is important. We've said it many times how this one finished last time we saw it, and it is eerily similar right now.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, the only change being that Eternal Fire were able to get one on their attack. Timeout coming through. Is it too little? Is it too late? I mean, they're starting to come into their own ultimate cycle. It's something that we always have to point out when we get to it, because it's such an important part in the game. It decides whether you are going to start a comeback or not. I mean, Kushner's showstopper and the Armageddon from Cider will be good for post plants or even gaining space, perhaps even a kill or two depending on how it's used.
Such a big swing round coming up. This is why you use the timeout. I mean, Eternal Fire have been really, really reserved in terms of their investment of it, but a chance for BBL Pacific to keep things clean. An average of 3.5 rounds lost across 2 maps yesterday against the same mandatory side that we've just seen beat FOKUS. So, consistency is key. I think people were saying, you know, this BBL Pacific side has kind of the same vibes to that Apex 2023 team with how dominant they can be in some of those wins, and this another opportunity to do so.
Look at the util dump as well, and Loita still has the TP to get out.
Wow, my
But this
eyes are
isn't
down.
where Eternal Fire want to hit. They're thinking elsewhere on the map, and so are BBL Pacific. As they start to spread out and lean heavier towards the A side, Roses went and cleared out with his owl drone. Eternal Fire still haven't made their mind up. They're chilling, waiting for a response, but nothing is coming.
It gets to a point in the round, though, where this becomes more of a concern than anything else, because in terms of space, what do you have right now? B main, that's all. No extremity control. Anima concerned with the possibility of a C push. The BBL Pacific in position to react to anything instantly. Kushner goes up high, but the showstopper is cut short. The fuse finished, and only now do they begin to explore outside of A, for example. If you're Brave, that's a fake, which falls upon deaf ears. Late lunge towards C, Cruin the one you've got to beat, and he's passed every test so far with flying colours.
All the utility to work with as
30
well. Just
seconds
one
left.
cage held in pocket. Could even use the ultimate if needed. Well, first cage is being used and the second cage drop. Armageddon in, and somehow Kevin's got the kill. Light is here to support, and it is looking like 12. Passing the marks with flying colours just seems to be the BBL Pacific way. It's another flawless round.
Match
Statement of authority from the back-to-back kings of Turkey on this first map, taking it their way, as we expect to. And as I said before, I think this round just looked a bit directionless from Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
They had a better picture in their head, perhaps, of what kind of pressure they'd been able to sell towards A, but it did nothing. And now, a 4 versus 4, hell, 4 versus 5 about to break out. Eternal Fire with the odds in their favour.
I mean, using the Odin spam to delay and allow BBL Pacific to get into the right positions. The utility being traded either way, but still there isn't a pick, and I think that's the longest we've gone. Well, Kushner will break that silence. At the same time, Kreven walks up C. This assault still continues, and BBL Pacific continue to hemorrhage players. Now, Loiter, entry, grows around, and for which BBL Pacific need to work from. Now Kreven being played in.
Hang on, this is a huge opportunity. Oh, it just went missing for Kreven. That was his chance. 2 players that could have lined up. Now on to Loiter. It has been tournament MVP performance worthy. This campaign for him in Challengers EMEA so far. But you're asking of an ace clutch from the 2 versus 5 position for him to do it all. And with only a smoke, a second about to pop up, Loiter has his 4th. The final kill awaits. Kushner not yet spotted, but so close to his position. The ult used for information, a fake away. He's on the rope. Loiter to clear it, to ace the map! He has done it! This is your MVP in waiting!
He is the king, just like BBL PCIFIC are the kings of Turkey. I can't believe that we've just seen that. It just shows you how good they actually are. It's, like when you watch and see stuff like that.
Dude, it's insane. It's insane. We talk about so many of these young players being capable. Your comebacks, your Larox, okay, a couple of them even may be eligible for VCT this year. But when it comes to big games, when it comes to grand finals, even last year the final in Turkey, Loiter was the one that stepped up. He did when they were down against Enterprise on that deciding map as well. And here, he has an effective 1 versus 5. That is ridiculous scenes coming out of him. And I tell you what, I'll leave it with the analyst desk because there's little left to be said about another perfect PCIFIC performance.
I mean, you're right. There's little to be said, but you hit the nail on the head there, Hazza. That was ridiculous showing from BBL PCIFIC, and the way that Loiter decided to just close it all up is just completely absurd as well.
Yeah, I mean, starting that last round, Loiter was the only one in his team that wasn't at 10 kills. And he took that personal. That ace was incredible. And that second to last shot, what was that? I can't even begin to imagine what goes through there. And Loiter, amazing performance in terms of aim dueling. That ace was incredible. But yesterday we heard from him. It seems like a very, very well-resounded guy. Amazing player on the team. And, well, it's easy to be amazing, really positive when you're winning this much.
And the thing is, at the start of this game, MP, it felt like the game was actually a little bit close, right? Eternal Fire were doing a lot of the right things. Sure, there were some mistakes, some cracks, that which allowed PCIFIC to get right back into the game. But the moment that you see BBL PCIFIC get onto the defensive side, it was a done and dusted story.
Yeah, Eternal Fire, they only got 1 round on that second half, and that was a round where they had a full buy against like a bonus. BBL PCIFIC didn't have like anything invested into that round. It's incredible to see what BBL PCIFIC can do there. And honestly, I think they ran the map perfectly as well. Yeah, really high paced tempo, but on the defensive side as well, they took a lot of pressure, especially in C-mount. They placed Cypher Cam aggressive, but then they stacked the other side. That's how you play Lotus. You kind of fake a pressure to the other side. You either take that information, go deep, or then you rotate to the other side, and then you always will have advantage there.
You absolutely will. So that sets us nice up here for the best of 3. Lotus going to the way of BBL PCIFIC. Blimey, the way they did it, I think, was the most impressive. But Split is up next, right? That is Eternal Fire's map pick. Is there a better chance here, or is it just going to be a BBL PCIFIC show?
I mean, I think we once again have to look at the Turkey-Birlik final. It was a clear cut in the first 2 maps, 13-6, 13-5. There was nothing Eternal Fire could do. Yeah, Split is a different map. It could definitely be something that Eternal Fire has there. And their Split has been amazing, 7-0. But still, they need to take that lead instantly. They need to win these pistol rounds and everything. I'm gonna be honest, I think BBL PCIFIC, it just looks so good. I'm not quite sure if Eternal Fire has anything to do with this, but we're gonna see this after the break.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the
shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
BBL Pacific lead the charge in the upper bracket semi-finals as they are one step closer to being the first seed into the grand finals of Challengers EMEA Split 1 MP. What a game have we seen so far. That Lotus looked explosive, it looked confident, and now going into Split, Eternal Fire's map pick. I still feel this is going to be a hard ask for Eternal Fire to just bounce back from.
Absolutely. I mean, I have to give it to Eternal Fire. That was the first map they lost throughout this whole tournament. So it's been a long overdue, I would say. BBL Pacific, amazing performance. Split, they are running a bit of a different comp. They are running the double duelist. At least they have been running in this tournament against CGN. But I think that is actually really great for them, especially when they have the momentum. Comeback, Larok being that jet race duelist, maybe operator, just being that two-man group that is going to pop off, it might be really hard for Eternal Fire to stop that.
It might be, but it's something that they're going to have to do, right? Because there are no margins for error. One map gets them to a third, and the side of losing it, though, will make them drop to that lower bracket, having to play against Mandatory. And look, Mandatory is starting to look a little bit scarier, but do you think, MP, that either of these teams getting there will mean they'll probably get eliminated, or is this likely to be a finals rematch?
I mean, I do want to speak very fondly about Mandatory because they had a great game today. But I'm gonna be honest, if they go against BBL Pacific again, I'm not too convinced. I think that would definitely be the final BBL Pacific Eternal Fire. I think if Eternal Fire drops down here, they could have a chance. Mandatory could have a chance to have that redemption in the finals. Nothing changes in terms of the compositions. I think Eternal Fire, they have a chance of stopping this heavy aggression on the side of BBL Pacific, but they're starting on the attacking side. That is good in terms of trying to eliminate the angles that BBL Pacific is trying to play with the Operator, with the Outlaw that we saw already from Comeback. Breach, you have Teho. You should always be able to eliminate those angles for the Jet, for the Raze as well, and bring a lot of utility for your own duelist.
Okay, so a different approach for both teams coming into this map, and something that's tried and tested. We'll see how that one goes, MP. Any final words before jumping into this one? Is there someone you expect to pop off?
I mean, Comeback, I think he's gonna just go and say, Dale! I finally got it out. I finally got it out.
You got it in, guys. You got it in. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Hazard and Cairo take this one away.
Look, personally, I had Comeback down more as like a young Ryan Gosling than a Pitbull, but that's what we'll go with, right, I suppose. Coming into this next map, though, yeah, it's a favorite for Eternal Fire when you look at their track record here. In general, they've not lost a best of 3 or a best of 5 since this roster formed, with the exception of BBL Pacific. They've not lost a game of Split on this map at all, with the exception of BBL Pacific. Now, that was back when they were playing the Chamber comp. I mentioned it earlier. We've seen changes made, this commitment to the Teho breach, but is it going to be any better? Can they stop the BBL win streak?
Yeah, I know I talked a lot about the grand final and the similarities between the two matches so far. This is the discrepancy, right? This is where we go a little bit off-piste and we go into a map where we didn't see that. So that'll be something fresh, something new between the two rosters to see how that matches up. BBL Pacific have played this map once in Challengers EMEA and they won it. So take from that what you will.
Yeah, and look, the priorities I think for them have shifted in terms of veto as well. They didn't play it in that grand final, simply put, because it was never going to show up. You had the double ban, and that's what they aimed to work with there. So now heading into this, it's an opportunity to go at it again. Same comp for them, no changes. Eternal Fire looking much different than when they did at the start of their time as this roster. But for BBL Pacific, chasing those back-to-back finals, currently on an 11-game win streak, which dates back to the very first week of kickoff in Turkey.
Back to it. All 5 players from Eternal Fire are outside that B site. As the barriers drop, BBL Pacific will probably find that B site under siege, and that's why they've got Kreven all the way out in CT, want nothing to do with it, and with a retake cam perhaps to work with. Well, that's already gone.
Yeah, it didn't take too long. The one key thing for me, though, is that trap which remains on the backside cross. Sure, the pathing from QT goes the front side, but there's the real possibility that someone doesn't clear this, that he could maybe steal a kill. It's going to be Brave that breaks it instead. So Eternal Fire in scot-free. Util for them to work with in post. BBL Pacific back with some of their own.
Yeah, straight back in, looking to take this fast and take it clean. It's not as clean as what they'd like because they've already lost one player, but it's nearly damn good. The only one player lost is BBL Pacific will take the pistol on Split. And I believe that's both pistols won, if I'm right. All pistols won, am I right in saying?
Yeah, look, the story of the second game, the one which was played earlier today in the lower round 1, I suppose you could say, elimination match. Mandatory won all 4 pistols there. One-way traffic. BBL Pacific want more of the same. As I said before, these games that they play against Eternal Fire just seem to be yet another stepping stone in building that win streak up. The kind of quality in challenges that you look for in teams that want to go ahead and challenge for Ascension promotion. They did it in Turkey. Apex have done it in North.
Oh, nice.
Spike down B.
Continues into Challengers EMEA. Come back with an opening kill. Goes untraded. Cider taken offline early doors.
And look at the changes in the traps here. One trap towards towards vents to make sure that the player on ramps was safely put. They've all walked towards it, though, and Larocque holding the judge is ready to go when needed.
Lovely mechanics. Silent drop in. Closing the gap. Comeback should know. Larocque dots the details. Comeback. One more. And only a couple away now from the Blade Storm. I think between the two duelists, you'd probably want the Showstopper, but when you consider the fact as well that it was a flawless round, I'm looking at 3 players with heavy shields, 1 Loiter who still has the light. Pretty cheap upgrades. This bonus can look quite scary.
I think the judge is the scariest part about this map, right? A gun which is less than 2,000 credits that can easily be brought up and pose an issue depending on what side of the map that you push, makes that bonus always a lot more dangerous. And look at BBL PCIFIC this time round, changing things up. They've put Cypher set up to support Larocque on that B heaven angle, but the Cypher's playing on A.
Both duelists working together signifies that pivot that BBL PCIFIC have made towards this more aggressive kind of composition, which can really enable the traits of Larocque. Mid taken, as is A main by BBL PCIFIC. Eternal Fire in the belly of the beast, up the guts. Come back again, which has landed the shot anyway. 10 points of health for Brave. He's been low in market and done plenty more before, but Rose is already closing in.
I mean, the full team are starting to close in, especially with the kills that they're picking up. I mean, Larocque gets a judge kill, Comeback finally finishes off what scraps he had left, and the players of Eternal Fire try to make their way onto site. The only issue is there's so many avenues where there's dangers lurking around the corner. Izzy somehow managed to get a luck kill through vents. Eternal Fire still not comfortable in their position, and they'll go for the safe plan.
They get it for now, but Garage is such an issue. Comeback and Rose both walking up, and Eternal Fire are pinned in position.
Still a flash to be used, could be information. Kushner gets information of his own. Izzy up on rafters, managing to play all the players out. Larocque is already low and a little bit desperate to get that last kill. Eternal Fire bounce back.
Such clean mechanics from Izzy in the end, bailed out by the individuals. Eternal Fire constricted on the map once more. It's the same story against CGN. BBL PCIFIC are so proactive on these extremities, whether it's fighting Comeback, the raid boss in bloody self in Garage, or some utility from Rose early doors to just get them some space on A main.
It feels like we're back in that, you know, like a kind of pseudo version of like the light shield meta that we were in, with the fact that Comeback keeps bringing out this outlaw as soon as he sees players low on eco. And this is the same round that we saw last time in terms of A main. Rose has pushed it, and Izzy's feeling the pressure, already wanting to drop off and give up this space towards A side. Rose into the back lines, and Brave's here to contest and caught off guard.
Yeah, they had no idea, because while Rose did it in the previous round, Comeback already had the kill in Garage. Of course he did, so it goes overlooked. They go back to B. Comeback is already on this angle, but Kushner will better him.
That's one of the only players, sorry, two of the players that could have survived a shot from Comeback, although thinking about that, Kushner now, when he tries to double satchel into sight, all it will take is one bullet to finish him off.
It's Rose that has to stand his ground. BBL PCIFIC's custodian, captain. One of the 4 which made the final has to stand his ground. Flashes round one corner, looking for the next reveal on the wrong player. Kushner was low, but Rose couldn't react quick enough, and now BBL come into the retake.
Yeah, Kevin's already got Izzy, a player who was high on health, and now it's up to Kushner. 10 points of health is what he had because of Comeback, and BBL PCIFIC managed to get another round on the board.
I mean, Rose just did enough to drop back to elbow, get players in position. Paranoia cuts across heaven. The utility from Larocque is brilliant, and I think this is why we like to see him on the Raze as well, because he's an initiator player by trade. He knows when to get the most effectiveness out of his belt. You see it there as well, just hanging on, not pulling the pin too early. Pistols for Eternal Fire attack side, and this has to scream frustration.
I mean, that's right. Look how slow they're taking it this time.
But you can't afford to be that either, because as I said before, this is the one game they're always going to be underdogs in, regardless.
Yeah.
The history is there,
And on
but
top,
that starts to weigh down on you after a while.
yeah, I was just going to say though, like, coming back to the map though, like, comebacks already in EMEA, this is something time and time again that we've seen come through. Eternal Fire decide not to deal with it. So when we come back to this, BBL Pacific already have a stack on the B side. Coming in, they got the first couple picks, but after that, it's a disaster. And the BBL Pacific make it look so easy. Anima though, comes back twice. A Sheriff only in hand to go up against the two remaining. One of which is that raid boss himself. A stun to stop him being scoped. And now it's a 1 versus 1. A rolling thunder to concuss. Come back, but he's escaped.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Anima! He'll win out the clutch. Ulted onto the final player. Comeback peeking through. A 1 versus 4 for the 19-year-old. The standout performer on this team. The one which was left over from Howl last year. And having his revenge in this kind of position is exactly the lifeline Eternal Fire needed.
They need more than just that. They can't rely on a 4K clutch, right? Not to be to bring us back down to earth. But at the end of the day, it is the energy that Eternal Fire needs. But they need to do more with it now.
All missiles away.
Salvos early. That should break the trap towards Vent. It's gone. Larok in the meantime. Due diligence. Garage space taken away, as is the orb. Rotations called by BBL Pacific. 3 or 4 players already towards the A side.
Cage triggered.
I like this though, the way that BBL Pacific play is by over-rotating and by playing educated guesses off the back of the information that they get. At the same time though, they have forfeited the B space, allowing Eternal Fire to come back in. And even denying the information through Larok's nade. This is massive stuff. Eternal Fire, they need to be decisive now.
Blades, nade, paranoia, and showstopper.
Look at mid.
Explosive already used, but as you say, Creven's managed to find himself right in the middle. Eternal Fire shift walking. They know there's a possibility that someone could have slipped the net. Creven, the canary in the coal mine. But with Izzy finding that one towards tower, how much can this one man's classic do? They're going back to B. I mean, Creven can call this, and BBL Pacific respond. Cutie's already here. It's all over the place. He gets the kill and the information. Too little, too late, perhaps. 15 seconds for that plant.
Oh, this ultimate doesn't work out. Loiter's classic does, and Comeback has a rifle to work with. He had blades, for God's sake. He didn't need it. Time's low. No time. Spike would have been enough. And that's all it is. BBL Pacific win by throwing bodies at the fights and Eternal Fire. I said they had to be decisive, Hazard. They were anything but.
Pacific finger on the pulse. These responses are brilliant. Creven gets right in the midst of things, and just when they think they have an ace up their sleeve, Eternal Fire, there's a royal flush for BBL Pacific. Literally a fraction of a second in it. That plant goes in, and I think Eternal Fire walk away with the round. But now into another big one. So much riding on this financially. And also the possibility of BBL Pacific getting up to a 5th.
It's not only that though, I mean, Eternal Fire can fight for this B-Orb and get the Armageddon up online.
Locating target.
Stealth drone going in. Loiter does get spotted. Kushner pathing around the side of the cage, able to find the kill onto him as well. Locked in, looking for rafters. That's where Larok lies. 2 quick headshots straight out of the Vandal. Creven will get stunned in this corner on the clear insider. Makes certain of it. Comeback flick. Crosshair in the right place. But still no kill. So the captain must clutch 1 versus 2.
An unsung hero. A player who has probably one of the best reads in all of Tier 2 as to what's happening. Leads his team by example. And does it again. And the timing that he takes. Plays with years of experience, yet he's only 20, and this is his 2nd or 3rd year at Tier 2. It's crazy stuff, man.
The step up is crazy with the support there, and Rose rolling it back, just showing that he can provide a round when required. A wrap around the side, wool over the eyes, Eternal Fire left scratching their heads.
I mean, that's it. Now those ultimates are up. That Armageddon, 2 rifles to work with, Eternal Fire, trying to have something that they can use.
I mean, look, if you're Eternal Fire, you lose here. Hey, what do? We go into that grand final, maybe? We get that far? It's the rematch benefit, something like that? No, Brave wants to fight now. They're going to go down swinging, regardless of what happens. So 4 versus 2. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Eternal Fire have found all too much. Rose goes down. Comeback will not attempt this. They have secured a third.
Yeah, doesn't want to try and risk that rifle, the operator. We've seen that right through the buys. You respect it. But as for Eternal Fire, starting to explore the outer regions of this map towards where Comeback is positioned. They want to try and get rid of this operator and do a bit of damage, a bit more damage towards Pacific's economy, which is already not looking that great.
Stay down.
Yeah, they will try it. Try as they might, they may fall. Side is the first of those players to be dismissed. I mean, everyone with some money in pocket. They already know they've done pretty well. Happy to chase this. Both Cloudburst, Shorty. Oh, nice shot, Izzy. Brilliant work. Comeback might still have enough for the op here, and yeah, he does, but I mean, the rest of the team are short-handed for income. So with that, Eternal Fire maximize the opportunity presented.
That's massive.
Just surprised BBL Pacific couldn't hold that site.
Exactly, agreed. The fact that it wasn't even like, what, 2 rifles to work with there, no ultimates invested either. That's the other thing to think about. Eternal Fire still have those pieces to work with.
Okay.
Stealth drone, first point of contact. The B execute yet again, doesn't get the suppression on Kreven, so Util stays up, as does the trap in the middle of the site. Aftershock should break it though. And with that, BBL Pacific put in another retake position. Izzy's completely away from this. He has absolutely no value. If they go flying in right now, BBL Pacific will have the numbers advantage. She just had to burn the ult to stop them.
Yeah, just to stop anybody getting into the backside as well. Remember, it's still classics, pistols, marshals. You don't expect them to win that out, and they certainly will not. A flawless round to put the cherry on top. But remember, that was an eco in which those ultimates were invested.
Mate, I tell you what, Cosmic Divide, Armageddon, you're laughing there if you're Eternal, or not Eternal Fire, sorry, BBL Pacific. They've made good of that one. Still Rolling Thunder available, of course.
And so that is the worry, isn't it? Like, that's always going to be the worry. The fact that that Rolling Thunder has come back online. And that's probably what they're looking at right now when you see the pings towards the A site.
That's exactly it, right? Have the stun to take that little bit of extra space as well if you want to go for the fast hit. But it's actually just Util placed. Supportive setup for Izzy, who loves to hang around here with the op, play it on attack side. Now that he's picked it up, so finding it back in his hands is a real boon to this offense. Set up for the B player instead. A little bit more claustrophobic. Better value from the ult, perhaps.
And just missed out on the timing on Rose. I like this re-clear, though. I don't know if that dog quite caught
Should
it.
have.
Yeah,
it did.
Seems
Side of the screen.
Oh, maybe it didn't. Rose just jump peaks and gives his life away. Comeback left alone on the B site. The players that could support are in heaven.
Pacific will not panic. They can hold their nerve for now. Comeback trying to escape, but it's into the salvos that he goes. A lick of damage. Loiter dropping down. It is ambitious at best, and at worst, foolish. BBL Pacific might just have to call this one quits, and then that's exactly the call which is made.
You can understand it. You want to have as much as possible, and when you're on the defense and the momentum's against you, to build up that economy can feel extremely difficult.
Right
5 to 5 will probably, most likely.
We're going 5 to 5, mate. Look, I will I will shave my head if we don't go 5-5.
Well,
there you have it. I will become Pitbull.
Okay, mate. At 5-all, though, the point that I was going to make is that when it comes to ultimates, BBL Pacific will have the advantage.
Yeah, somewhat. You know, one off the Seekers, one off the Showstopper. Nothing to really play ball with here, though, if you're BBL Pacific, though. I think that's the issue. You have to fight for some space early on, get an orb if you want to do that. Usually it's Garage and Key introduced from Coach slot to say his piece. First time that they have called a break in play. So far, Cairo, BBL Pacific, equally as such as Eternal Fire, happy to just go round on round.
Yeah, it's very few times that we actually see Pacific, like, or Key, for instance, make a stop to a fails, and I don't know if that's because of just how successful they are as a team, because he does like to use them from time to time. We've seen it in that Enterprise game, for instance. That's the one that always comes to mind. But that was because, well, Enterprise actually did play really well that game, and at least one of the maps anyway. Second, the third we won't talk about. But on top of that, I mean, the other thing that you've got to be thinking about here is Eternal Fire. They do like to let it go late. If we get to that position. Listen, 2 rounds away from half-time, though.
I think this conflict in styles between how Eternal Fire now, with Izzy on this attack side op, is getting into really strong positions towards A, constantly threatening the possibility that you either, catch a kill, or, it's usually Rose as well, with that retake utility from the sky, which, isn't a sentence you say too often on Split, as it's from metas gone by, but this is sort of the outdated style, perhaps, that BBL Pacific are bringing to current day. To their own aggression, which you're starting to see now as it's actually comebacks op here on the opposite side with a bit of a head-to-head.
Smoke already gone out all the way through. Sules to that rope spot. Has he's found comeback. Different on the orb, yep. 4 points of health managing to survive there, which won't be too great for later in the round. The players of Eternal Fire, though, are stopped by one trap. Eventually they'll break it and be forced to try and go towards A. Look at Rose's position, though. He's hidden, not on site, but on garden.
The flower pot.
The flower pot, you know what I mean?
Garden in current day, right? That's like the London 2K rent per month garden that you end up getting.
Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Blame the landlords.
I understand it.
You get what I'm saying?
BBL Pacific were not rooted from position. Eternal Fire very often not freezing and re-hitting A, but going the other side of the map. Larok's now only just spotted this. He'll turn away to try and take 2. Anima trades, and Rose from that garden lets out the Seekers, but it does fall flat.
Falls flat, but it gives enough information for the last 2 remaining players to get towards the A site and have a little bit of information to work with. A paranoia through elbow will be massive for getting onto site.
Stealing sight.
Oh, it's going to hit 2 players, both towards elbow. Stun dropped out by Cider. Drop to the back of the site. Backs to the wall, Eternal Fire. Little space from which to work. Angles weighed up by BBL Pacific, and they're looking for these jewels. Anima to hold it down. Slow peak loiter is deleted. Cider takes his chance, but misses. Crew in 1v1 against Anima. The former player on the fire versus the present gets engulfed. Anima showing up in these clutch scenarios once more.
That got far too close for liking. I don't know if that was a leg shot. I think that was through the wall. I think that was the difference between that op kill. Anima, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely holding on for dear life there. Eternal Fire, though, with the chance to take an advantage on attack on Split.
Yeah, this would be huge for them to post here, and you can only help but feel that helps the possibility of us going to the decider. Come back. He'll respect the first salvo. He doesn't go much further than that. Finally suppressed, he's forced to move away. Cider, one of the first players to go in blind, but not dead. Larok, he goes forwards into the open arms of Anima. That's 2 kills back. Comeback wants to reply. A second flick from his op is wicked. 3 versus 2 now, man advantage BBL Pacific with bodies in the sight.
Oh, come back with the movement error. It doesn't work out, but the support
Spike
does.
down, B.
Now Izzy, 2v1, has picked up a rifle and is known about.
Revealed once again, just for good measure. Players peeking around, got to be careful that they don't line up. He'll back away from the pistols, but back into Rose. Skewered by the shot from the Guardian, it goes. 6-6 on the half. The teams barely separable, but that second 12 rounds could be everything. A strong start for the Fire, but the second half is where everything seems to change. BBL Pacific want to put themselves in front with a pistol. They've won 3 out of 3 so far. It is a brilliant track record, but as I said before, something has to change.
Something does, Hazza. At 6-6, they're both at an even standing, although you do favour Eternal Fire on the defence just because of history on this map. BBL Pacific, they don't deal with history, they only deal with their own prowess.
They are the exception to the rule. No Turkish team has ever taken 2 grand finals, been a champion twice, until BBL Pacific popped up. No one had beaten Eternal Fire on split, except for BBL Pacific. Eternal Fire had beaten everyone in the league, except for one, and I'll leave you to work out who that is.
As for this round though, Hazza, you've got to be looking at Rose coming late through vents. The players explode onto site and confirm the first 2 kills.
Brilliant opening picks. Just go up in a powder keg.
Spike planted.
Retake coming through, Cage giving away so much information. And whether you go towards screens or assault the heavens, hoping for a gift from God himself.
I mean, there is only one God in this server, and it seems to be that man on your screen right now. Come back, the Turkish God, the man that just can't be defeated. Look at this Eternal Fire, they don't want to try CT because they know who they have to go up against. But there are so many players on BBL Pacific who can chime in when needed. And well, that'll be another pistol round towards BBL Pacific.
Hey, I'm going to be a bit of an arse, but the analysts, how many flawless rounds have we seen from BBL Pacific? Because they win a whole lot of them, man. Able to keep it really, really clean. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a stat you can't get to hand. Rest in peace, run it back. But, I mean, it must be said, they keep it clean so often. And I think that really helps, you know, in your anti-ecos when Comeback's got the Outlaw, in this case the Marshal, when you want to build up some steam early, and why they've looked so dominant.
I think that's the big thing, right? Like, flawless rounds can make you just feel a certain way. It's like it's kind of like when you watch a football team, right? They have all the possession, they have all the chances. I don't think Rose is going to have a chance left.
No, the dog immediately euthanized. Might as well kept it in the kennel, but you have
hate
it.
dogs, confirmed.
No, come on. Hey, just because I own 2 cats doesn't mean I hate dogs. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. Here comes Scumbag. Put down just 1 for now. 1 bullet. All he needs. Brilliant work. BBL Pacific on the road to an 8th round. And I'll tell you the significance of that in just a bit.
Yeah, it has been absolutely. Susan Perdulous.
My camera is this.
That was a reacher. I'm not even going to try. Superb.
Yeah, okay.
Susan Perb.
Look, I'll go back to the statistic.
Yeah.
Let's talk about something more important for now. Split for Eternal Fire. The last 5 times they've played this map, the score were all 13-8 in their favor. BBL Pacific already have 8 rounds at this point in time. So, what, 8 is all they get?
Hey, listen, as a rifle round, this is where it changes up, right? Right, guys? I mean, BBL Pacific haven't even picked up the spike yet. They've left it in spawn. They don't need it. They'll just deathmatch them.
I think something to think about as well with these second halves and how like one-sided they've been at times. In Challenger play, you get a little break to talk to your coach. And I don't know what is being said by Key or anyone else for that matter. It just seems to be enough for them to reset every single time. Now, mid-challenged early here. Dog to go through, but that trap is still not broken. Not until Loiter rounds the corner.
Oh, unfortunate. Not able to grab Anima there, but known about, noted. A cam even deposited on towards the A site, which would be massive, although it will be destroyed. And more space being given up by Eternal Fire as BBL Pacific make inroads in towards A heaven. Loiter takes outside up, and they'll grab Izzy. A 2-for-1 deal. Although Anima
this is the chance!
Oh, can't get any more though, Hazza. And now the last 2 remaining players come in.
Anima's given them a bit of a lifeline here though. Kushner into the retake. Does have the nade in his pocket, and Brave, without a star I believe, not too much that he can do to help other than land some shots. It's a trade out from his position by QT, but Larok is there waiting to claim his opposite number. And BBL Pacific are the first team in 6 games to have taken more than 8 rounds against Eternal Fire on Split.
We said it before, they do not go by norms, Hazza. They don't function like any normal team. They are here to break what you know.
We've actually had a little statistic come in from MP.
Oh,
we're 2-2 for flawlesses on this map. 1 for Eternal Fire was BBL Pacific saving. Oh, hello.
Not good.
Haven't seen this ugly face in a while.
I know. It's like an ex that texts you like late at night, you know. No, you're not following up with that one. You're just gonna laugh and leave.
I'm not gonna be mean to you, Kyra.
Okay.
I'm just gonna ignore it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the new Yumi. Is this
Yeah.
what is this your good?
New year, new me. I'm feeling nice, you know. Of all the things I've said about your dating history, I think best left at this point in time and focus on the Valorant, because right now I'm in love with 2 Turkish teams and the Valorant that they're putting out. Larok to start it off.
The question is though, the question is how long are these 2 Turkish teams going to remain in this server? They're already on the A site, and the funny thing about this is BBL Pacific haven't even bothered to take the spike with them. They're just sending it. They're looking for what remaining players are left on the server and trying to get rid of it. But what else can you say about this? It just purely is. It's a race. It's a race. How quickly can BBL Pacific deathmatch the players before the spike goes down?
This is like your unbeaten map as well, if you're Eternal Fire. The banker, the one that could not fail.
Thanks.
Yeah, here we are, 10-6, another rifle round. This does feel like last chance saloon though.
I've got a proposition. How about we just put BBL Pacific in VCT and we'll just promote another team, you know? We're meant to be getting to 14 teams at one point, so let's just do it early.
Hey, look, I don't see Apex making playoffs or champs at this point in time. No hate, but maybe, just maybe. There's a couple more guest slots to be taken. To earn them. For now, though, Kushner, the first comeback. What? Loiter actually just stuck that.
Yeah, we're at that part of the map. We're at that part of the map.
Yeah, I think BBL Pacific need a reality check. You're not on the beach just yet, as sunny as EMEA is known to be. The home of Pacific.
As for now, on the map, what's happening? We're heading towards A, and one man stands between Pacific and potentially winning this round. That is Izzy, who has a cam and has seen Rose. Knows that this is now going to be under siege. Krevin deposited towards heaven to hold on to stop any sort of support that Izzy could get.
Blinded.
They know where the Cypher could be, and the spam comes in.
30 seconds
Top
left.
cut duelist last year, now on the Sentinel, under the microscope. 1 foot already in the grave. Rose will dig him a little bit deeper. 3 on 2. I mean, only a man advantage for BBL Pacific right now. A little bit of time bought by the Cypher. Comebacks up close, and as he moves away from his iron sights, BBL Pacific have already set their sights on an 11th round.
Seems to be, but it is Brave who has to come back in, and while I know everyone is thinking this is all but done, I would not count this man out at any opportunity. Although, with that camping and the fact that Brave hasn't had a chance to get rid of that tag, you're now thinking with the time that it's all but done. There it is, confirmation, round number 11, and we look towards the economy of Eternal Fire and what they have left. And it is dregs, mate. It is dregs to work with.
White clean.
Just like I saw someone say in the chat, how the Pacific and BBL logo just merge, mix so nicely together. This team has, in general, even with Krevin coming in, I mean, look at the guy, 15-9, Lotus performed brilliantly as well, one of the real highlights. Eventually eclipsed by Loiter's ace, but he found those 5 kills in the previous map. He's got 5 here and said, you know what, my job is done. Not too far away now. Timeout from Eternal Fire, bringing us back to the situation at hand. 5 rounds is the gap. They will get guns here. They're coming pretty close to a number of ultimates. They have 1 already. They're 1 point away from 3. And 2 from the Rolling Thunder on Anima. The guy who is trying his best against Pacific for what is now the 8th time.
This goes here.
But I think he might be notching another loss in that record if things don't change.
Looking at it, you have to really use the ultimates here. I think that's the difference between the two. Comebacks brought out his infamous AWP. Eternal Fire yet to register a defender round, and with that being said, there is a trap set on A, one in which they perhaps are looking for a Krevin or a comeback, but instead, no, look at this, Eternal Fire. They've seen Krevin and thought, listen, this is the lurker, let's start to go towards elsewhere on the map, especially since Pacific are showing presence in mid. This is not necessarily a good take though, because look at the inroads that Pacific are making here.
Trap from Krevin felt a little bit ambitious, could have been caught out there. BBL Pacific shown on the cam, family photo of the force that's approaching. Izzy flashed out, still on the angle. Spraying down, can't quite transfer, stick the landing. Showstopper in as a response to Tower being taken by Kushner, but nothing, and now Cider is on an island.
That's an island that can feel lonely sometimes and entrapped, circled by waters, and there's sharks all around as well. Animas went for a jump spot and now plays inside her. Comeback, caught off guard, and so is the whole of BBL Pacific. A 3 versus 2 in which to work with would suggest that this should be an Eternal Fire round. But BBL Pacific already get the equaliser, and Kushner will get the finisher. 11-7 is the scoreline. We have our first defender round.
Had to wait a while to get there. Nice combo utility. Just to slow that push, make it a little more difficult. Is he still doing his job? And Eternal Fire can stand up and be counted. You're talking about a generation of players with combined years of experience at the top level of play, representing Turkey in the international league at VCT. The kind of accolades which you expect from the 5 players in the server on the BBL Pacific side. But it's that sort of tenacity that needs to be shown in these moments when you are down by rounds, but you know it's your map pick. You know you can be strong on this side. You have ultimates now to work with. One of them Izzy's.
Get out of my way!
Oh, the reload. Yeah. I mean, he's able to get the trade, or at least get one, right? That's the big thing here. It's now Brave who needs to at least come away with one, but I don't even think he'll get the chance. Look at the players that are coming behind, looking to get rid of the Astra player. The Armageddon pushed in, and it's not got anything. It's not going to get anything at all. Eternal Fire, they're struggling to hold on here. Adam had known about because of the Seekers and pushed all the way back, but it's Kreven to come in and finish the round. It will be map and series point for BBL Pacific, the Kings of Turkey.
Leaving some extra holes in his former teammate there as well. Anima's body. Swiss cheese by the time the round concludes. Eternal Fire leaking plenty themselves. Porous at this point in time. Larocque leading the line. 22 kills for the youngster. 17-year-old stepping up on the raise. An agent which we didn't see him play once last year, but a permanent fixture of his now. Looking very, very dangerous. The Pacific are just one round away from that historic final. Every single final they make is history now. That's just something we've come to accept.
Oh, okay. Players are trying to force the mid-space. Hyder is maybe taking a step too far for my liking. Brought low. Still, BBL Pacific hold on towards mid, touching the trap, will forfeit your life. That's a nice ping out from all the players, but doesn't get anything from it. That was the hat off the head.
BBL Pacific have been fixated on this mid control, breaking the trap, the Cypher setup, something which Eternal Fire have been getting some value from. But then there's a real lack of presence elsewhere on the map while that trap's doing the heavy lifting, while you know BBL Pacific have this space. I'm looking towards the main specifically, and as I say before, it's this stylistic difference as they like to set up for the site hold. Brave the one jumping, back clearing. It's just brilliant how he waits to take that timing on the jump so he knows he gets a snatch at it. Gonna miss this time. The execute 3v5. 2v5. 1v5.
Do you know what? I'm not even going to talk about this round because I don't even know what I've just watched. But what I have just watched is a flawless round, that's for sure. And Eternal Fire have got themselves into a position, right, where they can use their ultimates, and if they space them right, potentially push themselves within touching distance. And I think this is a good time to use your second timeout if you are key here. It does allow for Eternal Fire to bring in their coach of Jones sit, but I think Key's interjection is probably more important because of the discipline issues in that last round.
Discipline issues? What discipline issues, dude? Yeah, they're just playing their game. I think you live by the sword, you die by it. These guys are always going to be running it down. And if it works, oh my god, Turkish team, POKUS, they're so good. And if it doesn't work, then it's like, oh, well, it's just a discipline issue. Put the timeout on and you'll be fine. But jokes aside, yeah, Eternal Fire need to be punishing this. And they are. As you say, they're building up ults. But we've seen teams in this kind of position before, you know, with map point. And Eternal Fire be in the same position themselves, right? Think to that FOKUS game, 12-4. The ult they built up on the defender's side, couldn't get the value from it. Eternal Fire, in these critical moments, have shown some quality, but once again, you are asking for the very best that Tier 2 has to offer.
I like this though. Well, as he notices, hey, Larocque has the showstopper. He likes and is very good at double satcheling. And let's just be a little bit careful in case we get caught off guard. Kushner able to escape, and while Larocque is hot on his heels, that showstopper won't be used towards the A side. Neither will the double satchels.
It's a huge value from that Trailblazer, the dog up mid, just for information. Stealth drone does get some back. It's Kreven spotted, but look at Larocque. Already sidestepped most of the Cypher utilities, not yet spotted by the cam in his current position. So when Izzy walks back, this is an angle he has to be aware of. If he's not, he may lose his life. But he's just going to shuffle on past instead. A little cha-cha slide to the screen's position, but BBL Pacific have the sight to win the game.
Yeah, but look at that last trap that's not been broken just yet. That's going to be a problem, which Rose will get rid of. And now BBL Pacific can be safe in their positions, knowing that they've taken away all of Eternal Fire's passive information. Although first in, Cider gone. The players of Eternal Fire trying to force their way through. But look, it's all Brave who's managing to get themselves into a position. Kreven now having to try and clutch up in a 1v1. Camera out for extra information, but has to jump spot instead. Here's the first tap, counts his Mississippi's and sparks it through. BBL Pacifica, still your undefeated champs from Turkey. This always gets me off guard.
Look, once again, the wild waves of Pacific crash against the fire and they are left smouldering. Nowhere to be seen. The final 1 versus 1 is what does it for me. Kreven against his former teammate. If there was any duel that was going to close it, especially with the fact that Anima had won the previous little exchange that they'd had on the A site, had popped up so many times to give credit to the youngest player on Eternal Fire's side. They were just no match for BBL Pacific here. It's their day yet again. The reign of the Turks will continue, and for Eternal Fire, they're going to have to live that life in the lower bracket final. Mandatory their opponent, that one coming up tomorrow, of course, as well. But a break for BBL Pacific. They can be happy with the work that they've done. It's job done yet again, as it is from us. We'll be passing it over to the analysts to see what they think of this series.
Thank you, Hazza and Cairo. Great cast from you guys, and thank you very much for tossing it over to us as we are witnessing the 12th consecutive win from BBL Pacific. Now, that means that the final could be a 13th round, 13 match win in a row, right? Which is a lucky number for some.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That could be absolute tremendous for BBL Pacific. They'll just go back to Turkey and they'll be like, yeah, who is gonna be here to beat us? Nobody. We'll just keep continuing that streak. And I'm gonna be honest, this was really convincing for me. Eternal Fire, they were kinda on the brink of getting this map to their side. Usually when you're on the defensive side, you might have that edge compared to your team, or the opposing team rather. But with the double duelist composition that BBL Pacific had, there was just no stopping this. Even though Anima, Izzy, they did their best. They absolutely had great crucial rounds. Anima at least had 2 rounds where he single-handedly won the round.
I completely agree there, right? Because at the first half, Eternal Fire had it close, just like the previous map. It felt like the moment the side switched, so did Eternal Fire's brain did, right? It switched off. You know, I'm not quite sure if that's also BBL Pacific just amping it up. The comfort's there. They started to feel the reps and obviously entering on a more favorable side, at least for them in terms of comfort. But overall, it was just an an unbelievable performance from them. The individual shined, the moment shined when you get to see the cohesion all together. It's brilliant to see BBL Pacific in action, and they are definitely deserving that #1 slot into the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess you could say it's not quite Eternal Fire, it's first half Fire. At this point, BBL Pacific made sure of that. It was amazing performance, and I love what Kreven did here as well. The Cypher performing amazingly, being able to lock down those sides, being able to lurk as well, was amazing. And the thing that BBL BBL Pacific actually did to Izzy at the start of the round, completely eliminating that lurk on the A side twice in a row, 2 rounds in a row, was amazing to see as well, and gain a lot of control of the map as well.
Well, it does seem we have an interview with the brains of the action here. Rose joining us for an interview. Welcome, Rose. Congrats on your win.
Thank you, man.
All right, that was an awesome watch from you guys. It was an excellent game played. Now, I do want to ask, right, because the first halves looked a little bit closer, but why did it look like as soon as you entered on the second half on both of the maps, things just looked a lot more confident from you?
Like we are not just good on defend or attack. We have so good strats and gameplay for attackers and defenders. It doesn't matter for us. Like we can start defenders or attackers. That's what I can say, to be honest. We are just playing our game. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for me, it seems like you haven't had to struggle at all in these matches. What is the secret sauce? Why are you so good? What is the system that you have built to make these games feel so easy for you guys?
I'm not, to be honest, for myself, for being IGL, I'm not just playing from like one vision, like tunnel vision, you know, like just one vision. That's the main thing I can say for myself. I'm just trying to do something different from the other IGLs, like in Ascension, I mean Challengers, EMEA, and the other my region. Like for my teammates, everybody is trying to improve himself in his role, to be honest. Loita wasn't a smoker when he came to this team like 1 year ago, but he just said, if you're gonna be good, I can try to be a smoker. Like he just improved his stuff in 1 year. I think he's just best smoker in Turkey now for me. That's what I can say, to be honest. That's the main thing for us. We are just so humble, you know, so ambitious. That's the main thing for us, to be honest.
I love that. That's great insight. Thank you. And last question from me as well. Kruin got added to your roster this year. Do you think his addition has made this team stronger than it was the previous year?
Of course. If our point like 70, when he didn't, how can I say, before him, like our point right now, like how can I say, like 140, you know, like the double X, to be honest. Yeah, wow. He is the best sentinel in Turkey. I'm pretty sure about that. Like he know what he need to do when he's playing sentinel. Like his lurks, his infos. I'm just playing in A side. He's just playing in B side. I'm so comfortable, you know. Like I can just play with his infos. That's it. That's what I can say, to be honest.
Well, Teşekkürler, Rose. Thank you very much for the interview, and best of luck in the grand final.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Rose. Oh, some laughter in the background as well. I love that.
It's all bands at the end of the day, right? They had a lot of fun playing it, and I think that's one of the important things for BBL Pacific, right? Because if you're playing it as a group of mates, the games just become that easier.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's easy to laugh when you're in the grand finals. It's a weighted grand finals as well, and you get 2 bans there. Rose, obviously the mastermind behind this roster. Like he said, the piece of the puzzle as well is Kruin. Getting all of that information relied to Rose makes the IGL's job so much easier, and I think that's how Rose pulls all the pieces together. He gets a lot of information, and then he just puts his teammates to work and be like, let's just go kill this.
It's true. Look, man, this series overall ended a lot quicker than I think many of us expected it, right? That 2-0, I think it's those second halves against MP that it just made BBL Pacific seem dominant. I feel like if you just close out the halves where they, at that moment, if the games ended, in the first 12 rounds, it would have been a completely different story, but it's just BBL Pacific just popping off here. So, them getting that first seed, getting the band's advantage as well, getting into that final. I don't know. I feel like there aren't many indications where they'll struggle on that final match.
Absolutely no. You can just ban the best map of your opponent. You can go with the bind ban if you want to. I think it shows a really prominent result already for BBL Pacific. But I think the one thing that you highlighted as well, we weren't expecting these matches to be such a dominance for either one of these matches. Mandatory just taking FOKUS out in 2-0, BBL Pacific taking this one in 2-0. And I mean, FOKUS, they're out. They get 3 ascension points. Mandatory, they at least have 4 in this tournament. That's the same thing for Eternal Fire and BBL Pacific. They gain at least 5. If they win that final, it's gonna be 7 for them. And those ascension points is everything for these teams.
I mean, that's what Challenges EMEA is all about, right? Trying to accumulate those points, get that seeding into Ascension, have those better spots, have a better chance of doing what the goal is from the start of the year. Yeah. Qualify to VCT EMEA, and the action is only just beginning, folks. And the action is also what you guys can witness by following our social media as well, right? There's a lot of clips, a lot of updates, and a lot of news that you can, find out by just popping in on the social media and figuring that all out for yourselves. But MP, this has been a quicker day than anyone expected. Yeah. But I think the action just was unstoppable.
Absolutely, and the action is starting tomorrow as well when we dive into the best of 5s. That's gonna be really interesting because a lot of these teams, they have already shown they're kind of comfortable in the best of 3s, but when we go all the way to best of 5s, it could be a whole different ball game. You could play your second worst map. You cannot ban that many maps, so it's gonna be really interesting to see whether Mandatory can actually have their face off against Eternal Fire. They got absolutely demolished by BBL Pacific, so I'm gonna be honest, tomorrow is gonna be so interesting for me.
Yeah, it's 5 French players against 10 Turkish players left, it feels like, right?
Yeah.
In that lower final. So, I mean, in the tournament as a whole, right? In the final 2 matches that have to be played. So, yeah, a long road ahead for Mandatory. We've seen the progress. They might have a better chance, but we'll be finding out about that tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us on the broadcast, and we hope to see you again soon.
See ya.
Remaining. 30 seconds left. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Clutch. Who? One enemy.
Yes.
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Let's go.
I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough